Good evening and welcome to the June 5th meeting of the City of Summit Zoning Board of Adjustment. My name is Miriam Zahn and I am the Vice Chair of the Zoning Board. Please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. In accordance with New Jersey Statute 10:4-10, adequate notice of this meeting has been provided to a newspaper of record and has been posted here in City Hall. This meeting is a judicial proceeding. Any questions or comments must be limited to the issues that are relevant to what the board may legally consider in reaching a decision, and decorum appropriate to a judicial hearing must be maintained at all times. For the benefit of the interested public, this meeting is being live streamed on the city's YouTube page and also broadcast on Summit's government channel, which is Comcast Channel 34 and Verizon Channel 30. A transcript of this meeting is also being taken using video and audio, so we need all speakers to utilize one of the microphones in the room. Please note that fire exits are to my right, your left, and at the back of the room where you entered. The city has a listening system to assist the hearing impaired. If anyone needs hearing assistance, please obtain the system at the dais and return it thereafter. Ms. Sands, please call the roll of the members.
Vice Chair Zahn?
Here.
Mr. Yuko?
Here.
Mr. Millay is excused. Mr. Nelson is excused. Mr. Curran is excused. Ms. Chifa? Here. Mr. Feskins is not here yet, but he is expected shortly. Mr. Chanchuli?
Here.
Mr. Nearing is excused, and Chairman Loikitz is excused.
Okay,
You
thank
have
you.
a quorum. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good? Okay. Andy Ball is the zoning board's attorney. Mr. Ball advises the zoning members on matters of law and is the key interface with an applicant's attorney. Mr. Ball does not vote on the applications. Jessica Sands is a city employee and is the zoning board's new secretary. Also, at the dais today, we have Ms. Nicole Cotiga, who is assisting Jessica today. Ms. Sands works with the applicants on preparing their applications, planning our agendas, and keeping our meeting minutes. Ms. Sands also does not vote on the applications. Also present are our experts who are hired annually by the board to provide input. Tonight, we have Ms. Marie Raffay from Collier Engineering. Also present is Tom Behrens from Burgess Associates, our board planner. These experts are seated at the table to the right of the board, the public's left. They do not vote on the applications. Our board consists of 7 regular members and up to 4 alternates. All members can participate in the hearings tonight, but a maximum of 7 can vote. Most applications require a simple majority to be approved. Before we enter executive session to vote on the application, you will be advised on how many votes are required. Each case begins with the applicant's attorney giving an overview of the application process to date and the variances that are required. We then hear from any additional expert witnesses the applicant may have to help explain the application and why the variances are needed. The board members may ask questions of the applicant, their attorney, and the expert witnesses. Once board members and the board professionals have completed their questioning, the public will have an opportunity to ask questions. This is not the time to tell us what you think about the case. That opportunity comes at the end of the hearing. Please be careful as to how you phrase your questions. They should not be preceded with a statement about the case, but should be a direct question to the witness. And to that point, I'd just like to add that we do have a lot of members of the interested public here, and we do want to hear all your questions, and we will have opportunity for everyone to comment. But during the question portion, if you're starting with a statement, you will be sent to the back of the line so that you have time to regroup and phrase it into a question. So please, questions only during the questions period. Before you ask your questions, please clearly state your name, spell your last name, and provide your address. It is important that our court reporter be able to keep a clear and accurate public record. After all witnesses have been heard, members of the audience have their second opportunity to speak, and at that time, you may express your opinion, positive or negative, about the application. Then the public hearing is closed, and we enter into executive session, where the board members discuss the case and vote. You'll be able to listen to our executive session, but you will not normally be able to participate in our discussion. The city zoning officer has asked that we remind all applicants and all members of the interested public who speak to please speak into the microphone loudly and directly. Additionally, we're asking all applicants to read carefully any resolution documents related to the zoning board's decision and to pay particular attention to the conditions contained in the resolution. For example, if a landscaping plan is required, you must obtain one and submit it to John Linson, the city's forester. If a grading plan is required, you must have one prepared by a civil engineer and submit 3 copies along with the application fee to the city's engineering division. Failure to satisfy all conditions in a resolution will result in a delay in approving your application, as it will cause extra work for the city zoning staff. The resolutions documenting the board's decision will normally be available 1 month after we decide the case. And tonight we just have one case. It's Beacon Unitarian Universalist Congregation. This is a continuation from prior hearing, and it was last carried April 21st, 2025.
And I'll just note for the record that Mr. Feskins arrived at 7:35 p.m.
My apologies.
Okay. So who do we have here representing the applicant?
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you all for scheduling a special meeting. Keep this moving along. Roger Maynor, Linda Berry, McCormick, Estabrook, and Cooper, Summit, and Westfield, representing Beacon. This is our 3rd night of hearings, as Chair mentioned. Tonight, we'll bring back our site engineer, John Cody, who testified extensively at the last session, just to update and cover quickly some of the plan changes that have been filed with the board. And then we have our architect, Louis Cherry, who's going to walk through the interior and exterior of the building with elevations and floor plans. And then that is all we have for tonight. Our traffic expert, Betsy Dolan, had a conflict, could not make this date. But we are coming back, I believe, on July 21st as our next scheduled date. We would have her testimony, traffic and parking, and we would have our planner, Kate Keller, and that would be the end of our witnesses. Whether we can get through those 2 witnesses on the 21st and have time for questions and comments and summations, I don't know. We won't know that probably till the 21st. We see how long that takes.
Let's just begin today then and see how far we get
So
today.
tonight we'll get through the architect and then we'll go from there.
Thank you.
Okay, so, but first I'd like to call Mr. Cody back to testify.
Be just another moment. Just 10 more seconds. Takes a minute for everything to come through. Okay. Okay. All right. Just kill the speaker. That should be it. And last but not least. Okay. Good evening, sorry. Okay,
I'll just note for the record, you were sworn at the last hearings. You remain under oath this evening.
thank you.
Go ahead.
Again, my name is John Cote from Langen Engineering. What I'm going to look to present tonight are the drawings associated with the resubmission we made on the May 23rd submission to the township, which included additional plans that were revised based upon comments from the prior meetings.
Can you please speak a little bit
Sorry,
more
put
into
it
the
up a little
microphone?
higher.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Where we modified the plans in accordance with comments that were received from the board, as well as consideration of items that we heard through the engineering and planning reviews. So the plans I'm going to put before you, excuse me. Let me see if I can just do this another way. Just make it easy, make this a little easier. Okay. My apologies, I should have set this up before the meeting started to keep everything going. Okay, I lost the screen. One last time. I'm just going to grab a mouse for this and we can. Technology's not going to be my friend tonight. Okay, the plans before you on the screen at the moment is a revised site plan drawing C101, CS101, dated last revised 5/22. The primary changes on the plan represent shifts we made in the design to accommodate a reduction in the number of variances requested for the project. In particular, the building footprint has been modified and reduced, and as well shifted to eliminate the front yard setback variance. So prior we were within the front yard setback, now we're proposing at 50.4 feet to be compliant with the requirement for front yard. The size of the building has also been revised in order to lower the FAR, the floor area ratio. The prior calculation we provided was 25.7 for the overall floor area ratio, but we had included the basement at that time, and the calculation in accordance with the zoning ordinance definition provides that you do not need to include storage facilities or mechanical, electrical type rooms. So our FAR is going to go from the 25.7 we previously prepared to, if we include the basement, to 23.7%. Excluding the basement, the FAR in accordance with the definition would reduce to 0.195%, or 19.5%. So the floor area ratio is reduced to eliminate the variance under the original way we calculated it, and is compliant under the zoning code ordinance definition.
So John, even if you include the entire basement, which is not required under the ordinance, it would still be under the...
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank
It's
you.
compliant either way with either
Thank you.
calculation with or without. So in addition to eliminating the front yard setback, we also modified the side yard accessory feature that was presented on the left-hand side, and we now have shifted that to be compliant with the 15-foot setback. In addition, we've added the 4 tandem spaces that were discussed at the prior hearing for an alternate to provide additional parking spaces on site, and we've now incorporated those 4 spaces into the overall design. We've incorporated the land cover, the retaining walls required, as well as the updated our overall calculations for the site lot coverage for those additional spaces. That brings our parking count space on the site up to 46. And based on testimony you hear from the architect, the seating for the facility has been revised to 236 spaces. The 236 spaces reduces our parking requirement down to 79. Therefore, our total parking on site of 46, and then we would supplement 33 off-site to include to meet the 79 parking spaces required. So, looking at the overall plan, the other revisions that were made are really technical in nature for the purpose of the design. I'll flip then to the grading plan. And the grading plan basically was modified in order to incorporate the area associated with the tandem parking. The tandem parking is an extension of our porous pavement. It's included in the technical design for the water quality treatment. And the overall stormwater for the site as a whole, again, meets the ordinance requirements for stormwater design in respect to water quantity, water quality, and groundwater recharge. So looking then at the, let's see if I'm going to open up another drawing here now. I'm going to put a drawing up that was prepared by the landscape architect, basically as a comment to one of the prior hearings we were at. And I'll indicate this is a plan that had been submitted to the township, so it's a plan that's within the set proper. And this drawing addressed one additional comment. Oops, sorry, that's the other one. Hold on. So one comment brought up at one of the points during the hearing was whether or not the project could accommodate some additional screening, additional landscape provisions along the eastern edge of the property. So the area you see here on the right-hand side of the drawing, in this drawing prepared by landscape architect consultant, is LP 101, the tree and shrub planting plan. And I'm only putting this up on the screen to indicate that we've addressed or put additional plantings in the area to address the comment regarding providing additional screening on that eastern boundary. So my testimony is shorter tonight because I'm covering just the revisions that were made for the site. The building footprint and other content will be addressed by the architect.
John, one question, I think there was a little bit of confusion last time, is the distance between the eastern property line of the church's property and that path that's actually on the parkland, that's on the adjacent parkland, because there were questions about whether a lot of the growth would be removed, and frankly, most of that property, as you can see, is actually city property that the...
Yes, we're not affecting any of the plantings beyond our property line, which are between that and the path, and then the path further out. So there's plantings that exist there today that we will not be affecting relative to adjacent to our site.
Do you know approximately how far it is from our property line to the paved path?
I don't. If the board would permit, I could open up a Google map image if that's an acceptable view to put on the screen, as I'm not sure if that would be represented.
We can take judicial notice of Google Maps.
Okay.
I'll also just note, I think we'll consider the entire set of revised plans as A6, just for purposes of the record.
So the reason for bringing up Google Maps is just to illustrate the proximity of our site relative to the adjacent pathway, as well as the existing vegetation that's in that area. So if you're looking at the screen now, the pin is on the building proper. Our property line is basically just within this tree coverage that I'm moving my cursor back up and down. The pathway in question is out to the east of that location. So from a relative, I'll give an approximate. Again, this is just based on what we're using here, but I can use this to get an idea that if our property line is at the edge of the tree line, and I took the edge of the tree line to the path, that's approximately 124 feet. And if I took that all the way out to Oakley is approximately 311 or 300 plus feet. So just for an order of magnitude, over 100 feet from our property to the path with the existing intervening trees, as well as then beyond the path, the additional trees that are between us and Oakley.
So most of that vegetation is on city property that
That is correct.
the church can't touch?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks. I think there was some confusion that the path was very close to our property line, which it's not, so. Okay. And John, have you looked at the most recent round of comments from the city's experts?
Yes, I have.
Okay,
And we could provide responses to address the comments.
so you will respond in writing to the engineering comments?
That's correct.
Okay.
Will you be returning to provide testimony, or is tonight our last opportunity?
You'll be back on the
I'll be back-
21st?
Yeah, I'll be back in the meetings, yeah.
He
for that
could,
purpose,
he
yeah.
could answer questions. I
Yeah.
probably won't need to put him on direct any
Yes.
As
further.
long as we can respond to his.
Oh, yeah.
response.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Understood, yeah.
Yeah, that's
And
no
and the
problem.
purpose behind that is, given the timing of receiving the comments and be able to digest them and produce something back, I felt like I can give you a more, I'll say,
It's a quick
comprehensive,
turnaround, but-
yeah, comprehensive response.
And certainly if you have any questions now.
Yeah, if there's anything that raises a question you'd like me to answer, I can certainly try to answer any question now.
I'll defer, are you finished?
Are you-
I
are you
I have
finished?
nothing further for
Yeah, I'll finish
John.
my testimony.
So yes, then we'll hear from our board experts, please.
No, I think my comments were minor in nature for what they had done, and it sounds like maybe there's going to be some traffic testimony that would have better answered some of my questions that were in the letter. So
Yeah.
I think I'm okay until
Okay, thank you.
you respond. Yep.
Understanding your comment that you need more time to digest
Mhm.
and prepare responses, I'll hold off on most of these. I'm just gonna go through some of what you just said. So
Sure.
one of the, I guess, themes of the plan revisions is that the size of the building was reduced.
Correct.
You ended up with more impervious coverage, due in part to the 4 tandem spaces.
Correct.
Is that the exact trade-off, or was there additional coverage somewhere else?
No, we also modified our coverage exhibit. We actually included that in our submission. And in the coverage exhibit, one of the comments from the earlier review letters was to include the overhangs of the building. So we modified our coverage number to match the inclusion of the overhangs that were in the original plan, but were not included in the original building
So
coverage.
they should have been calculated, you're capturing it now.
Right,
just to
in
get-
response to the comment, yeah, the
So
engineering
that's where
comment. yeah.
part of the increase comes from.
Right.
So it's from the parking.
And the tandem, and then the recalculation of the number, yeah. Correct.
Bear with me. And while we're on the tandem spaces, I know they were discussed at the last one, could you point those out and talk about the functionality of those?
Sure, the 4 tandem spaces was a concept brought to bear under the pretense of asking, can we do anything else to add parking to the site? And there was a consideration of, how do we didn't want to lose the turnaround at the end, just from the functionality point of view, and just make dead-end parking occur in that fashion. So the tandem parking came up as a concept, we presented it as an exhibit, and then based on the feedback, we included it now in the design drawings proper, and it'd be utilized by managed by the facility.
Something for next time that I'm just noticing now is
Yeah.
that the extensive landscape plan doesn't seem to factor that.
And that'll be revised prior to the next meeting.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I guess while we're on that topic, one of my questions, you could answer next time, or something, maybe the landscape architect can answer, is that there seems to be a potential conflict between that landscape screening in the northeast corner of the site with the canopies, meaning that the goal of the canopies is to attract solar energy, for lack of a better term. Once those trees grow, I've looked at a few of the species, some of them will get large enough over time and are within such a distance that it may, they may cease to function well once they're fully grown. So I guess, again, just to understand that conflict, because I understand that one of the major concerns here is screening for adjacent uses. So we certainly wouldn't want the screening to go away, move the canopy, so we try to figure that out.
Sure.
We actually did ask the landscape architect that question, and that specifically, she had specifically designed those plantings with the sort of dual purpose of not ultimately interfering.
Like a
So,
dogwood,
yeah.
small, but eventually if you look around, they can.
Yeah.
But,
So her response to that was, yes, we have designed it such that there won't be a conflict.
It does
But-
require maintenance as well for
Yeah.
that purpose.
Right, and not to get too technical here, but obviously that's the northeast portion of the site. Will the canopies be oriented toward the south where the sun would be coming from, or where would the high point be?
The tilt in the canopies would be to the south to get the best, yeah.
So I know
Right.
it seems obvious.
Hmm, no problem.
You mentioned there'd be a reduction in the number of sanctuary seats to 236.
Correct.
But I think at the beginning of all this, and the purpose of selecting this site was to have a single worship session. So the congregation hasn't shrunk, just this number of seats on.
No, the congregation has not shrunk. I think if you recall the testimony of Reverend Tanner, the average attendance is around 160 plus or minus in over 2 services. So this should be enough to accommodate that. The idea was to have additional seating because there are, churches have large funerals once in a while or a wedding where maybe they exceed the normal sort of average attendance. So you want to be able to accommodate that, but they made a judgment that they could do that within this size.
Just having been familiar with the prior application on a different site, which is not exactly relevant to this, there have been a number of numbers that have been projected, so I guess the latest is 160.
That was the testimony was, I believe, plus or minus 160, 165, somewhere in there.
Fair enough. Try not to cover what you've already covered, so bear with me. Again, I think if you could have somebody explain the landscape plan, just to, technically, I think it's an important part of the package here.
Well, yeah, I mean, we can have her come back and talk about the changes. I mean, she did testify pretty extensively last
Or
time.
maybe an overview, a memorandum might suffice. Also.
Yeah.
Just tick off the major items and changes. We could sit there and try to look at it all and figure out most of it. But again, understanding intent, changes, conflicts would be helpful. You'll be back, so I'm through for now. Thank you.
Okay. Just a note on that. I mean, if a memorandum, we don't get to ask questions.
I know.
So I believe it would be beneficial to have the landscape architect come back.
I don't think we'd have a problem with that,
Okay.
and it would be brief. I mean, she
That's fine.
can just run through the changes.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
I had one.
Yes.
We've talked about the seat count many times. What's the overall occupancy count? What's the maximum occupancy load of this building?
So I'm not the architect for the project. That'll be something we can have brought up through the architect's testimony tonight.
Thank you.
I have one question, if does anyone else have one? I don't know if this is your department or if it's traffic engineering, but what is the size of this property of what's considered regulated motor vehicle surface? And I'm just asking that because we've had some changes made to the driveway. We've added some extra parking spaces.
Sure.
What's the acreage on that now?
So the overall property is 1.7.
Yeah, 744, I think.
1.74 acres. Of that, within that, the square footage, and actually what I'll do is, for the purpose of the discussion, the acreage on the square footage on the property is 75,958 square feet. So that's just a way I can refer to it. Going back to then in square footage, on the coverage table, we identify the asphalt, pavement, porous parking at 17,720 square feet. Then beyond that are the concrete sidewalks, the green roof, the tandem spaces, another 856 square feet, for a total coverage with the building of 37,163 square feet, or 48.9%.
Okay, well, how much of that asphalt pavement is considered regulated motor vehicle surface? And the reason I'm asking that question is because there is a comment from an earlier engineering review that said the project is exempt from stormwater runoff quality standards since the proposed improvements will not result in the creation of 1/4 acre or more of regulated motor vehicle surfaces. So I'm just trying to, 17,000 square feet is more than
Yeah.
a
so-
1/4 acre, right? So I'm just trying to figure out
So-
how to interpret that.
Yeah.
And does this now become regulated because it's?
But for that
a little
purpose, I
bigger?
can tell you that we actually, when I referred to earlier the porous pavement that's provided, that is actually to treat the water quality for the vehicular surface. So we're actually compliant with doing water quality treatment for vehicular surface provided. So even if we were exempt, we are actually providing it regardless. So we're
But
doing.
are you exempt or are you not exempt,
I
guess?
think in this particular case, if I were to do the comparison of the existing parking versus, there's 27 parking spaces, I believe, out there today versus the 46 we're providing on the site, there'd be an increase in vehicular surface. So as an engineer for the job, I would be, in my opinion, obligated to provide that water quality treatment.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, so thank you for that discussion of the eastern, I guess it's eastern property line and distance to the path. I was out there today, and I came up with roughly the same numbers, just walking, so it was good to hear you doing that. Could you do me a favor, though? Could you, so for the, I guess, the northern property line, the closest to the school, how close is the parking spaces and the turnaround area to the property line? And then how far is it from the property line to, I guess there's a baseball field back there?
So if I were to look at back to the Google map image as an example, if I can gather where you would like me to point to, the back of the property has an existing building in the back that's roughly close to the property line today existing. If you like, I can measure from there to a specific spot on this map. Do you want me to go to the baseball field from there?
So the back of the garage is pretty much on the property line?
Yeah,
Okay,
I
so then,
can-
yeah, to the baseball field, to the.
Okay. So for an approximation, the back of the building is there, and I'm probably, giving a little bit less distance here, so
Yeah, that's
closer, but that's about 140 feet to the fence line associated with the baseball field, the outline of the baseball field fenced area, 144 there. And then, was it the Wilson Park? I don't know if that was, what other, I apologize.
Well, no, I guess so it's Wilson Park to the, I'm sorry if I get the names wrong, it's Wilson Park to the left, correct?
The playground, is that?
Or
Yeah.
playground, whatever that is.
Yeah.
So our property line for there, again, this is gonna be approximate because I don't have the tree cover, but if I'll position it there as an example. And you wanna know from the edge of the property to there? I don't know if I can see that well enough, but it's gonna be something in the line of, say, 20 feet to the property line?
Yeah, so the western property line is
Mhm.
roughly, okay, roughly 20 feet from
Yeah.
there. Okay,
Again, my only caveat is I'm pointing through a series of trees here.
yeah.
Looking at it from kind of a three-dimensional view, I don't know if that would help or not, but that's the edge. And then I'm into the wood line here, existing, which is partially, I would consider the wood line to be close to the property line based upon on our survey. Does that
Okay,
answer the question?
Yeah, that's good, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay. Are there any questions from the public for Mr. Cody? Yes. Please come up to the podium, state your name, spell your last name, and start with a question.
Okay, I just was trying to figure out how to share the space. Just give me 1 second.
Oh, and your address as well, right?
Are we good? Okay. Good evening, board members, Madam Chair. My name is Christine Faustini. I'm from Herald Law. I'm an attorney from Herald Law. I am here tonight representing, I think it's about 15, 20 members of your community.
Can you, yes.
Sorry.
you-
I'm just trying not to be on the internet.
I'll give you more room here if you'd like.
Dan, just please stand close to the microphone.
And can you spell your last name, too?
Absolutely. Is that better, too? You can all hear me now? All right. My last name is Faustini, Faustini, and I'm from Herald Law. And I have a list of my clients, which I'll read into the record as well. So I'm here representing, Carl Carfey and Nicole DeLauro Carfey. They reside at 1 Oakley Avenue in Summit, New Jersey. Andrew Crockett and Catherine Crockett from 17 Oakley Avenue in Summit, New Jersey. Justin Lada and Teresa Lada, that's spelled Lada. They are from 668 Springfield Avenue in Summit. William Carey, his last name is spelled Carey, and I'm sorry, I don't want to mispronounce her name. It's spelled N as in Nancy, A-J, M as in Mary, A. And her last name is also Carey, Carey, and they're from 29 Oakley Avenue in Summit, New Jersey. This is another difficult name, so I'm going to do my best to pronounce it, and then I'll spell it. It's Aparna Perica. It's spelled. Her first name is spelled A-P as in Paul, A-R, N as in Nancy, A. Last name is spelled P as in Paul, A-R-E-K-H, from 680 Springfield Avenue. Then I have Thomas Marzetta and Ingrid Karlbaum. Ingrid's name is spelled I-N-G-R-I-D. Last name is spelled C-A-R-L-B-O-M. And they are from 21 Oakley Avenue. Here's an easy one. Sandy O'Neill. Last name is spelled O''N-E-I-L, from 654 Springfield Avenue. Nicholas Ismert and Wynn Ismert. Last name is spelled I-S, M as in Mary, E-R-T as in Tom. Wynn is spelled W-Y-N, and again, last name is Ismert. And that's they're from 38 Oakley Avenue in Summit. Daniel Cogan and Christina Cogan. Their last name is spelled C-O-G-A-N, 686 Springfield Avenue, Summit, New Jersey. Thomas Zigmont and Margot Zigmont. Last name is spelled Z-I-G-M-O-N-T. Margot is spelled M-A-R-G-O-T. They are from 43 Beekman Terrace, Summit, New Jersey. Joseph Leonard and Kimberly Leonard. Their last name is spelled L-E-O-N-A-R-D, from 21 Beekman Road, Summit, New Jersey. Sonia Naths, or Naths, last name is spelled N-A-T-H-S, from 26 Oakley Avenue in Summit. Thomas Brennan. Now, Thomas is spelled T-O-M-A-S, Brennan, B-R-E-N-N-A-N, and Rachel Brennan, Rachel, R-A-C-H-E-L, from 7 Fairview Avenue, Summit, New Jersey. Hanserick Jung, I don't know if it's spelled Jung. First name is spelled H-A-N as in Nancy, S-E-R-I-K. Last name is J-U-N-G-E. And Alexandra Junge, J-U-N-G-E. And that is 36 Oakley Avenue, Summit, New Jersey. Stephen Burgermeister and Solange Burgermeister. Stephen is S-T-E-V-E-N. Their last name is B-U-R-G-E-R. M as in Mary, E-I-S-T-E-R. And her first name is S as in Sam, O-L-A-N-G-E, from 19 Oakley Avenue, Summit, New Jersey. Alan Kademi and Hillary Kademi. Their last name is spelled K-H-A-D-E-M-I, 684 Springfield Avenue, Summit, New Jersey. Albert Lord and Lucy Lord, 670 Springfield Avenue, Summit, New Jersey. Matthew Starker and Kristen Starker. Their last name is spelled S-T-A-R-K-E-R, 15 Oakley Avenue, Summit. Thomas Zarinko and Allison Zarinko. Last name is spelled Z-A-R-I-N-K-O, 23 Oakley Avenue, Summit. Christopher Gerard and Lori Gerard. Last name is spelled G-E-R-A-R-D, 27 Oakley Avenue, Summit, New Jersey. Christian Lind and Natalie Lind. Last name spelled L-I-N-D, 41 Oakley Avenue, Summit, New Jersey. Raghav Ranganathan and Ruchira Ranganathan. And if they're here, I am so sorry. I did the best I could with that. The first name is spelled R-A-G-H-A-V. Last name is spelled R-A-N-G-A-N-A-T-H-A-N. And the other name is R-U-C-H-I-R-A. R-A-N-G-A-N-A-T-H-A-N. They are from 690 Springfield Avenue, Summit. Thomas Maney, spelled M-A-N-E-Y, and Louise Sparagna, S as in Sam, P-A-R-A-G-N-A, from 30 Oakley Avenue, Summit, New Jersey. Gorka Sarasa and Barbara Garcia. Gorka is spelled G-O-R-K-A, last name is S and Sam, Arasa, and then Barbara Garcia is Garcia, from 37 Oakley Avenue. And the last one is Vyacheslav Koroshevsky and Rosa Bieberman. So the first name is spelled V as in Victor, Yaches as in Sam, LAV. Last name Khoroshevski. And Rosa is Roza. Last name is Biberman, from 721 Springfield Avenue, Summit. And again, I appreciate the board's understanding that I did not have a chance to discuss phonetics with all of my clients. And again, I apologize to my clients. So that's my list of clients. So, I'm ready for you. That's okay.
Yeah. Would you mind providing that list as an exhibit? Thank you.
Absolutely. Want to give it to your attorney? Does that work?
Please.
Okay.
Please.
Be easier for the transcriber.
Yes, it will. Thank you.
Yeah, just be careful of the wire, 'cause there's-
Okay.
So is that A7? Does it count as an exhibit or not?
I read it into the record.
I suppose, just to be safe, we can call it O1.
Oh, one, okay. Thank you.
Okay, so I know that you're going to be coming back, and you did make some revisions, and I know that the board's engineer, to some degree, there was a review letter, May 30th. Did you have a chance to read that review
I
letter?
had a chance to review the letter, yes.
Okay. So I noticed in this review letter, it seemed like there were some items that she commented are not addressed, indicating that they had come up in previous review letters. For example, there's a comment in here, again, I'm referring to her May 30th, 2025 letter on page 4, where, for example, what, want me to share it with you?
No, no,
Okay, you're good? All right.
Just gonna grab a copy to make it easier.
That's all right. So, for example, she mentions the table in the underground infiltration basin outlet control structures detail. See that?
I'm sorry, this is sounding more like a comment. Can you just
No, I'm
make it a question?
I'm gonna ask.
Thank
I
you.
just want to make sure, I want to give him context,
So-
not
Okay.
just,
Yeah.
Maybe I
Come
can
ahead.
cover a lot of ground in one statement. There is a number of comments within here that are technical in nature, and then
Okay.
within the technical in nature, we're required to address them back to the board engineer and the planner relative to for compliance purposes. Anything that we have in there there may be a question of interpretation between the engineer and us as the engineer, and we resolve that with the engineer proper. So if the questions are related to, are you going to address like a inconsistency or address a comment, the answer would be yes. We would address those comments.
okay, and like I
Okay.
said, I was directed to that simply because it appeared
Sure.
that this had come up once before, at least, with that comment. Now, if you don't mind, would you explain, I know you had, but if you could explain it again, the FAR, the reduction of the FAR.
Sure.
You had discussed the basement,
Yeah.
and elimination of the basement, or continuing of the basement.
The FAR is very simply the floor area ratio, which is a ratio of the total floor area of the building over the area of the property. So the 75,000 square feet I mentioned earlier for the property is compared to the 18,007 square feet of the building. But in the ordinance, there's a definition for non-residential buildings where it excludes the use of a basement that is considered to be storage or mechanical, electrical. So we're compliant with the basement in or compliant with the basement out, or even more, say, lower FAR. So if you, for example, if you take there's a calculation that's in the report, in the folders, excuse me. You take those numbers, you take the 18,000, take the 3,000 out, and plus, I don't want to speak the exact numbers for the floor. That would take the ratio from the 20, and I'll give you the numbers here while we're talking. So, as an example, the prior building was 19,295 feet. The current building is 18,007 square feet. If you deduct the actual basement in the current building, the 3,189 for the basement, you have a floor area ratio of 19.5%. So that is below the 25 that's allowable.
And that's with the basement.
That's, with the basement, it's 23.7, which is still below the 25 that's allowable. So we're just trying to illustrate that we had included the basement originally, which pushed us over, but by definition, we didn't have to. So we wouldn't have had that variance to begin with. But the client has also taken the next step and reduced the building size as a part of the overall interaction we've had with the board previously.
Now I follow. Thank you for that clarification. And I apologize, I was not here, obviously, the previous meetings. You did review all the municipal ordinances before
Correct, we
coming
did
here
our,
tonight?
yes, we went through the zoning table, the zoning criteria that we based the design on, and then obviously you also have the review notes relative to those.
And are you providing the testimony as well in the stormwater management plan?
I did the stormwater management plan as well.
Okay.
I actually already have, but just to clarify again, the revisions included now the tandem parking that was referred to from the prior application and content of the prior application, and we've adjusted the stormwater design to incorporate those. So we're still compliant with the township's ordinance for stormwater on quality, quantity, and recharge on the site, based upon all the BMP, all the best management practices we use, which are stormwater measures.
Okay, so when you said the revisions, you're talking about the most recent ones which are available on the website?
Correct.
Okay.
And in addition, in that website is also the stormwater management report that has all the technical data that I'm referring to in my testimony.
Right, which is like 900 pages long. Right?
Yeah, it's unfortunate. The regulations are pretty extensive.
That's
yeah.
quite all right. You have not testified, though, tonight about that stormwater management plan?
I did. My specific reference was, in my testimony, was that the revised design is still compliant with the stormwater regulations required by the city.
Okay, but you didn't put anything up? I didn't miss anything?
No, I had the drainage plan up on the screen, and I showed that the additional paving for the tandem parking had included the porous pavement and the under drains
Mhm.
that were shown on the screen. That's the additional change for and then everything else is a reduction in building size. That all comes into the stormwater design. Yeah.
Okay, so were there any other changes that were the result of these changes to the site that affected the stormwater management plan?
No, it's the reduction in coverage for the building, but then the increase in coverage for the parking. Otherwise, nothing else would have affected the stormwater management from a design point of view, from a discharge point of view.
Okay, so the drainage, the flow of the drainage, none of that was affected by these changes that were
Correct.
made?
Yeah, we meet the standards required by the ordinance.
Thank you.
Okay, well.
Any other questions from the public?
Yes, Thomas Marzetta, M-A-R.
Excuse me,
E-T-T-A.
if they're represented by council, council has to ask the questions, correct?
That is correct.
Can I confer with you?
Are there any questions from anyone who is not represented by Ms. Faustini? We'll just take a moment here. In the interim, since we have a moment, can I ask a question of our board planner? I understand that with the FAR, it doesn't require a variance anymore because you're below. But as far as the basement calculation, is that a blanket? You don't, like the regulation is a blanket, you don't count the basement? Or are there, if you use the space for conferences, does it count? Is there interpretation there, or is
Yeah,
it?
So it does there are nuances, to your point. So the definition of floor area, non-residential in development regulations ordinance speaks to what was testified to and specifically says basement spaces with a headroom of, basement spaces with a headroom of 7 feet 6 inches or more, which are unimproved, so unimproved is one condition, exclusive of mechanical rooms and areas used exclusively for storage. So those things would be excluded.
So the basement is unimproved, or
The
the
basements are
architect
still-
is going to testify to that?
Yeah. the
He
architect
can
will
testify,
to
but
that.
we didn't take any credit out in the calculation for the mechanical storage areas,
Yeah.
so it's probably, the actual FAR number is lower than the 23 point.
Yeah, I think the point we were making earlier in the testimony was that even without the basement excluded, we still are under the allowable FAR.
I wanted to backtrack because I'm digesting this for the first time in a while. Those spaces are included. So basement spaces with a headroom of 7 feet 6 inches or more, which are unimproved, exclusive of mechanical and storage, are included. So I misspoke, apologize. But again, it's in the DRL for anyone who would like
Right.
to.
So it's the
That's-
mechanical rooms and the storage that don't count, the rest of the spaces do count, but you're still below the FAR is the
Regardless of-
testimony.
Correct,
Yes.
but I would caution the applicant just to not slap a storage label on it, and where it was multi-purpose room, and I think
Right.
we'd need testimony to confirm
Yes.
that's
Well,
not for occupancy.
Sure. And to
It's
to your
irrelevant,
point,
probably,
and
so.
to your point, you know, the use is going to be defined by the testimony provided by the architect, and again, the calculation allows for it to be, it'll be compliant whether it's storage or not, but it's being
Conforming
represented regardless, regardless, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
May I come back?
Yes.
Okay. So I did, I obviously powwowed out there. It sounded to me as if you were discussing the basement while I was out. Is that correct? Were you discussing the
The
basement?
FAR related to the
The
basement.
FAR,
yes.
right. So the question that I have for you is, are there is there anything being put into the basement area that would allow the basement space to be used for something other than storage or mechanical?
So I'm not the architect, that'll be representing the architectural testimony, but my understanding is it's storage and mechanical and electrical space.
Okay, so there's no plumbing or electrical
I
specifically?
couldn't speak to that.
Okay, that's beyond your expertise.
Beyond my,
Okay.
yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Stacy Allen, 17 Plymouth Road. I just wanted, I'm not like asking a technical question, but just as a layperson who lives in town looking at that property, I want to understand exactly how many trees are being taken down off this property in order to build all of this. It looks like it's going edge to edge.
Well, we covered this in the last hearing with the
But the
landscape
pl- the plan has
architect.
changed since the last hearing, right?
Yeah.
Not in the tree removal sense, no.
Correct. The tree removal hasn't changed since the last one, and the
Do you know
landscape
what the number
architect.
is?
I don't, it's not part of my testimony, but it was provided in the prior hearings with the landscape architect's testimony. And with the addition of the tandem parking, that area is gonna be then altered per the planner's comments to add additional trees behind that. So
But there probably were trees in that spot.
they were gonna be replaced by the trees that we were proposing under the proposed condition. So
So basically, the plan changed, so something's a little different about tree removal than it was the last meeting.
Yeah, to be clear, the area was already gonna be retreed because we have to do our stormwater through that area. So it's not a changing the fact that it was trees being removed, it's just that we're gonna shift the trees that are proposed to now accommodate the tandem parking.
Retreed, okay.
Right, retreat, yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
I-
I
I don't-
apologize, because that's not my,
I know I'm just a
my
layperson,
testimony.
I don't know anything, but it's very concerning how much coverage it's taking up on the property, and I wonder where any trees could
It's
possibly be.
questions only.
So,
Yes.
thanks.
Any other questions from the public? Okay, seeing none, I think we can move on to the architect, is that correct?
That's correct. So we would call Louis Cherry.
So, Louis, just before you start, so these are all the files, so let me just open them all up. Okay. And I can close down mine if that makes it easier. So the tabs are up top here, right? So you have these different documents that'll be, okay? It's like you'll see here in concept graphics, elevations, site plan renderings, and then your seating charts on the end. Okay? So it's a views from adjacent, concept
All
graphics.
right. John, stay close by. We might need you. Okay.
All right.
Stay
Whenever you're
there and
ready,
talk
I'll-
into that microphone.
If you
Very
could
good.
raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And can you please state your name, spell your last name?
Louis Cherry, Cherry.
Thank you. And can you provide your background and experience for the board, please?
I am a registered architect. My practice is based in North Carolina. I have been practicing architecture since 1983. I was elected to the College of Fellows in the American Institute of Architects, which is an honor of that is less than 3% of registered architects are included in this College of Fellows. I have a Master of Architecture from North Carolina State University and a Bachelor of Fine Arts in Studio Art from East Carolina University. I am licensed to practice architecture in North Carolina and New Jersey. Would you like sort of a summary of experience and that sort of thing as
Yeah,
well?
could you, Louis, just describe a few of the projects you've worked on over the years, different types of buildings? Have you done, for instance, houses of worship?
Yes, I have. I've done a number, well, I've done 2 ground-up new houses of worship in addition to this project in North Carolina, and I've done multiple renovations and additions to houses of worship. For about 20-some years, I led a practice of 28 architects, and we focused primarily on civic buildings, including libraries, municipal buildings like this, schools, and you know, sort of the whole gamut of civic facilities, as well as commercial and residential work. So I've always had a practice that had a broad spectrum of project types and sizes.
And did your practice also include evaluating buildings as to whether they could be reused or adapted as opposed to demolished and replaced?
Yes, we've done quite a number of projects that are adaptive reuse from a technical standpoint in terms of what are the challenges of adapting a building to a new use, as well as historic properties, and got a great deal of experience working in historic overlay districts and working with historic tax credits and some of the very specifics of adapting historic buildings as well.
Okay. And have a number of the projects you've worked on been in suburban settings, similar to Summit?
Yes, I would say predominantly.
Okay. And have you received any awards for your designs or for your architectural work?
Yes, through the years I've been practicing quite a long time, and so I've had a lot of opportunities to submit things. In 2009, my firm, at the time Cherry Huffman Architects, was awarded the Firm of the Year in North Carolina by the American Institute of Architects, and we have numerous honor and merit awards from the American Institute of Architects, as well as civic and appearance awards and such, but the highest are really from the AIA.
Okay. And do you also teach as part of your practice?
Yes, I've been an adjunct professor of architecture at NC State on and off for the past 20 years.
Okay, thank you. So I'd offer Mr. Chair as a...
Just to clarify, confirm, license in New Jersey is active and good standing, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board, or would you like to
Can I-
accept this credential?
Can I ask a question about his experience?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So you're based in North Carolina?
Yes.
So but you have the New Jersey license. Have you done any projects in New Jersey?
No, I've not.
Thank you.
I would, I guess, just point out too, I'm currently working on a library in Maryland outside of Baltimore, and in some instances where I'm working in other jurisdictions, I'm not the architect of record. I'm the design architect in that case as a consultant. So there's a local firm who's providing that technical aspect and licensing.
So did you get your New Jersey license for this specific project? Like when did you
Yes.
get, you did?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what does that entail, getting a, I mean, is it as simple as applying for a New Jersey license, or is it do you have to take new tests or anything? to get
There's
the
a
license?
national registration council. The acronym is NCARB, National Council for Architectural Registration Boards, and there is a pretty well-defined reciprocity process that almost every state, and I don't know the exact exceptions, but pretty much all the states, with maybe one or two exceptions, have a system where they accept my credentials through this national council, and then otherwise I have to just essentially fill out some forms and pay fees with, for New Jersey, with that, national,
So you paid for the
accreditation.
license, you paid to get your license active in New Jersey based on that reciprocity, so that you could work on this project?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, or would you like to accept his credentials at this point?
We'll accept. Thank
Yeah,
you.
go ahead. Thank you. So, Louis, I would ask you to just start with the process you went through in arriving at the designs that are before the board tonight.
Sure. So the first thing that we do when we take on a project is to understand the client and to understand what the needs are in terms of space, but also what the kind of bigger picture needs are in terms of the values and the goals and aspirations of the client for the project. Particularly with a religious facility and house of worship, it has a lot of purpose other than just a place to sit or a place to eat. It's a place that has to reflect a set of values and inspire, hopefully, and create a place where people can have important, moving experiences. So that's kind of where we started with the understanding the needs. And I've got a graphic here which is very, very quick summary of a more extensive process. But this was in dealing with many meetings with constituency groups, looking at, so what are the overarching values that this project should embody? And some of those include the balancing a relationship with nature, transparency in the sense that it feels like everybody kind of sees and be seen. It's a place to kind of expose yourself, really. A place that engages, that brings people in and creates a connection with them. A place that welcomes, that builds human connections within a community. It should be barrier-free. Of course, we have the American Disabilities Act that it has to comply with, but beyond that, it should be really easy to navigate for all types of users and abilities, and it should express the values of the Unitarian Universalist community in terms of inclusivity and democracy. It's a very consensus-based group. So these were some of the things that we were looking at. Let's see, John, how do I advance a page?
See if we can just page down.
Oh, okay.
And
Yeah.
correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe this has been previously submitted, so we'll mark this as a new exhibit, and we are up.
This should have been submitted.
Yeah, it was submitted through the
Was it?
last, the May 23rd submission. So it should be in there. If it's not, I have extra copies that I provide to the board members.
I don't see it in the online.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't see it either, I was looking through.
Huh.
Let's, just in case, we'll call it A7, okay?
Okay.
So I just want to take a moment to kind of define how we came to this design direction, and because you're going to see a lot of plans and drawings of the building, but the building starts really with an idea that I think can be expressed through this diagram. So when myself and my team were spending time on the site and in the neighborhood and in Summit really as well, we generated this concept of that this building sort of has a symbol of this spiral which is a nautilus shape that comes from nature, and it's a form that expresses growth. It starts at a center, and as it widens out, so it's sort of the idea of a circle that becomes larger, and then ultimately it expands out into the larger area. In this case, Springfield Avenue would be below, and it was the idea that by using this spiral shape, it gives us a way to organize the pieces of the building so that it breaks the scale down so that it's not too large a building, that it's more in scale with the homes and the surrounding neighborhood. It also, by spreading them apart, as you see in the diagram, the green spaces, it opens the building up to bring nature in between the different types of uses in the building. And then it allows us that sort of yellow diagram that connects the gray blocks. It gives us an organizing principle for the circulation within the building. So this was, for us, a way that we could start to think about how you put a building on this site that starts from this idea of the values of the community, and then we can build on that as we develop it into an actual plan. So I think with that, I will move to the renderings. Let's see. Here we go. Yeah. These are kind of small on here. Can I? Yeah. Yeah, I can. Yeah. So this is a aerial sort of overview, and you can see here, I think, the diagram, how that kind of is expressed fairly directly. Springfield Avenue is to the lower left, and we're looking, obviously, from up above. You can see the solar panels on the roof and on the parking canopies. There are 199 solar panels total with the roof and canopies, and these were designed to provide 100% of the average energy use for the building. So this is designed to be a net zero building, and that, is a lot of variables in that. But the solar is the thing that gets you, you're producing your energy on site to meet your demand that you've established. You also can see here, and I think this is a really important kind of expression of the architecture, is that you see the curved walls that face Springfield and the way that they are tilted in relation to each other and separated by these glass separations. So the form of the sanctuary is where this spiral sort of culminates, and the idea is that this is a form rather than just a box that is a sort of a bland box, but it's a dynamic form that has an organic quality to it, almost like the petals of a flower or something like that. And so these curved forms soften the form. They create a shape that, because you're not looking at buildings straight on. You're not ever, almost never, standing in the center and just that's your view. You see a building in motion along Springfield or as you walk through the site. And so it will shift and actually unfold as you move around and to and through the building and the site. And the other thing, I think, which may be best shown in this next slide. Oh, wait a minute. Let me go back down. So this is the view from Springfield, and so you can see here how this curved wall that's facing us, which would be clad with this thermally treated wood, and then the lobby and the glass that kind of peeks out from the side it announces the fact that that's a point of entrance, and that in fact, there's a path into the building and into the site. And so that's kind of an overview of the overall look. And then as you come in, the whole idea of this spiral shape is that it embraces you as you come in. It reaches out, provides a protective canopy, gives a form to this circle that becomes a community that expresses the idea of a circle where people come together, gathering, and then all of that is surrounded by a naturalized landscape that is all about creating as much nature as we possibly can on this site that is very tight. And, so it's taken a lot of work to try to really bring that natural environment into focus here.
Louis, it looks like something's growing up on the roof there. Can you talk about that for a minute?
Yes, I think, let me just go back here because, oops, you can see it here. We're using a vegetated roof on the spiral shape, and so that's to, in some ways, to accent that and to highlight that as a reference to nature, and it helps us with our water retention, the runoff of the site. It provides a habitat for birds and plants. But this would be a very carefully curated vegetated roof with plants that don't need a lot of care, that can sustain drought. Succulents are often used, but it would be a visual thing and a functional thing.
Okay, thank you.
So I think another thing I just would point out with these renderings, and maybe go back to this one. What's the relationship to the neighborhood? And I think the things that we're thinking about with the relationship is, what are the buffers? What's sort of the protected areas? What are the areas that are exposed? As we're on Springfield Avenue, it's relatively open and there's a view, but there is a good amount of vegetation that would filter views there. But I thought it would be, based on some of the comments and questions, we did a study to illustrate the let's see, how to make that smaller.
You want to see the whole
Yeah, I want to see the whole page here.
So anything you want to see the whole page up there.
Okay.
Let me get rid of this. Just give me a little more real estate. Okay. And then you can zoom in as you want.
Oh, okay, once you do that, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so this is a diagram of some of the views, and so this is, I'll zoom in on this so you can see, but so here's the site, an aerial of the site, and we're taking a view from the primary school here that shows that view from that boundary. We're showing a view from 21 Oakley here through the woods there, from 1 Oakley, and then from Springfield Avenue. And these, as you can see, and we'll see here, let me just move on to the next one. So here we're looking from 1 Oakley, and what is this is taken in winter, so this is the maximum amount
Sorry, one
of
second.
of visibility.
Do we have copies of this in our submissions?
Yes, we just, that we just
I
got.
didn't see it this morning.
Yeah, we just got that, I think.
If you have extra copy, yeah.
So this doesn't take into account trees that are removed, and it doesn't show the trees that we're putting back. But what it does show, I think, is a sense of scale and a sense of the overall screening that is existing with all of the, the woods in between Oakley and the site. And if you just get to, one thing, to get a sense of scale, the orange here is the Beacon facility. The yellow is the existing Red Cross building. So that gives you an idea of the relative scale and height of those. Now this is from 21 Oakley, and it's a bit more opened up there, and you can see the path through the through that section of park. And again, you can see the outline of the Beacon facility, and then the yellow for the Red Cross.
Can I just ask one question of that? That outline, does that include the canopies, or is it like what we're looking at here? Because I can't tell from.
It's just everything that that would be present.
Okay.
It's just, but it's just a color block, but to
But not
show.
the solar canopies, not the parking solar.
Oh, they're in there.
They're in that orange block.
They should, yeah. I mean, at the side view, you don't really see much of those, because they're so flat. And at this scale, I'm not sure, but
And they're not as tall as the building.
no, oh no.
So I'm seeing something that looks like silvery color that covers maybe half the height of the building. Is that supposed to be the parking sunroof thing?
Honestly, I'm not sure.
Okay. How high is the sun, the canopy for the parking? How high is it compared to the main church?
They're about 12
Do you know?
feet high. Yeah, they're 12 feet, and the total height of the church is 34.
Okay.
Now this is just sort of a comparison for scale that you can see here, a view with the Red Cross, and now this is that view with the superimposed of the new facility, and you can see it's roughly the same massiveness and height. It's not so different than what. And another from straight on, that's the overlay of that. So I think that gives a really good idea of trying to maintain the scale that we're working with there.
But you're not going to paint it orange, correct?
No. So before I go to the floor plans, I brought some material samples that I can.
Yeah, let's run through those quickly.
Yeah.
Have the exterior materials and colors. So this probably needs another number.
I believe we're up to 8.
A8, maybe? Yeah. Okay.
So this is not too many materials.
You're going to need a microphone. Well, you got a stand mic there you can use. Just don't want to lose your...
Yeah. So the glass is, not normally something you're too concerned about. Glass is glass, but actually it's not, because the shading coefficient, this is a very high performance glass that is intended to be very highly sustainable and provide protection from the sun as well as allowing daylight. So that would be the glass we would be proposing.
Is there any anti-glare, or have you looked at the glare issues with, sorry, have you looked at any glare issues coming from a large curtain wall like that going onto the street with the southern exposure?
Well, the southern exposure is pretty limited. There is some, but
Your design calls for essentially a vertical spandrel of glass, right? That's the breakup of that wall?
yes,
But-
yes.
But it does not face the street, correct?
Right, there is a section at the end of the lobby that faces the street. We have not done, we can, but we have not done studies looking at sun angles for reflective light. I mean, you would have to pick a spot where you're trying to.
I would just
handle
think, be cognizant of a glare hitting the street.
it. Right,
And there are films that you can put on to address that versus changing the glass itself.
okay. The wood that we mentioned for the face of Springfield this is a thermally modified wood. It's pine. It's been baked in an oven so that it is like sort of fused, molecules of the wood are, so it's highly resistant to deterioration and easy to maintain, and it pretty much will keep its look for much, much longer than most of the wood products that we're used to seeing. Most of the exterior walls are made of this stucco material that we are proposing would be this color that sort of is a natural kind of soft brown that would be, sorry, I'm not giving you a good view over there. Anyway, so that would be that color. And then the metal for the window frames and all would be this dark gray.
Can you turn those samples around to show the public, please? I realize
Sure.
the glass they could probably see, but.
Sure. This is the gray of the window frames. That is the color of the stucco walls, and then with the wood, and I'll just hold these together so you can kind of see it. So the idea for the overall image of the building is that it is rather quiet and subdued, that it has a presence that announces it is a house of worship and it's a place where people gather, so it shouldn't, blend into the woodwork. But we really feel that it should be a, basically quiet, dignified building.
So a
And-
couple of questions about that. So it's really designed to fit within its natural environment, is that correct?
Right. And the colors were really intended to be sort of natural and soft and more,
Okay.
blending in.
And I think you mentioned this earlier, but this design is really also intended to embody the beliefs of this congregation, is that correct?
That is correct. It's really drawn very specifically from the belief system.
So this physical proposal for building is really directly related to the way they exercise their faith, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, one other question, you had said, before we get to the interior, you had said before you have a good deal of experience with adaptive reuse of historic structures. Did the church and you take a look at preserving the existing structure?
Yes, we did. That was, I would say, the first thing that we really approached, and I'll trade mics here. The Red Cross building was originally built as a residence, and then it was converted into an office building at some point, and has functioned accordingly for many years. It is certainly a historic building, and it essentially was not. It's really not practical to take that building and make it into a house of worship. It's just, it doesn't function that way. It's not, it's right in the center of the site, and we did some studies to look at how could it be used, could you add on to it, and it was felt that it just simply wasn't practical to do that.
So there really was no way you could accomplish what the church is seeking to accomplish by preserving that building?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, then I think we can probably move on to the floor plans.
Okay. So these, did you pass those out? These plans, there was a request for a usage plan that showed the square footage of spaces, and while doing that, we realized this would be a lot easier for everybody to digest than the plans that we had previously submitted, which were more technical type drawings. So, so we're presenting these as a new exhibit.
So these are more just simplified schematic floor plans?
Yes, with labels that you can read the room names, and it has the square footages for each room.
All right, so we're up to A9.
A9.
Sir, maybe give one to the attorney. The audience.
So this is the basement plan, and there was some mention of how that would be used, and this illustrates that there's the bulk of it is used for electrical and mechanical equipment. That will be the the HVAC system for the building, the whole building. Then there's an AV/IT room. That is for the equipment that will all the switching and all of the kind of backbone of all the audiovisual and information technology equipment.
So that's electronic equipment?
Electronic equipment. The storage is, because of the way the facility operates, there are a lot of different uses that have different requirements for tables, for chairs. If you're feeding 100 people, you've got to pull out all the tables and set those up. So there's a need for a significant storage area that's proximate to the elevator for moving chairs on carts, tables on carts, and various other storage. But that is what that area is. And then there's a janitor's area, which would have the mop sinks and janitorial supplies. Then there's a stair, and the riser room is for the sprinkler system. It has to have a dedicated room for the service for the sprinkler, and then here's the elevator.
Okay. And what is the yellow? Is that hallway?
The yellow is hallway, correct, yes.
Thanks.
I want to, okay, and then you can scroll it down. Okay. So, give you an overview. This is the main level, and we'll kind of walk through each room, but you can, get the overall layout we've pretty well seen. Is the circulation in yellow is the kind of the spiral shape, and then there are three sort of separate sections. This area is meeting rooms, and I would point out that when we programmed this space with the congregation and the building committee, it was paramount that every space be as flexible as possible, because there are a lot of different needs, and if you start to compile what every constituency wants and needs, and those are dedicated spaces, it balloons out of proportion. And so there was a lot of intention to making each space as multifunctional as possible. So these are meeting spaces which would incorporate children's educational programs, different constituent meetings, many types of uses. And then in the center here is a kitchen and toilets, and that's kind of a service core in a way. And then the sanctuary, of course, is the end of that series. So I'll just go back and look at these in a little more detail. So in this, and I guess I also would point out that the circulation area is generous. This is not a hallway. This is really a sort of an expansive space where between services, people are mingling there. Coffee hour, as it spills out of the sanctuary, you would pick up your coffee and at a pass-through window off the kitchen. And then at the end of this is this amphitheater element, which is just a sort of again, very flexible space. It could be for teens hanging out, just chatting with each other. It could be a informal little concert. It could be a group meeting. So it's really just a very functional space that's just out as part of the main circulation area. And then these are 4 meeting rooms that are organized around 2 bathrooms. So for children's programs, particularly younger children, it's important to have a toilet directly accessible. So 2 of these share a toilet. Then there's a separate toilet that's accessed off the hall that would be utilized by the other 2 meeting rooms. And we're showing sample furniture arrangements just to give a sense of scale and some of, hypothetically how it might be used. They're set up as more conference spaces here. And then there's storage, which is, again, the flexibility requires storing things because kids have certain needs that they're going to need, and those need to go away if it's a board meeting or something in there. So there's a good bit of storage involved. The kitchen is really designed as I would say a modest sort of commercial kitchen. It's definitely not a residential kitchen. It's set up as a commercial kitchen, but with not at the extent that it would be for a restaurant, but that they can certainly produce meals for 100 people and more there. It's kind of divided into 2 sections, more of the hardcore cooking stuff, and then the coffee hour kind of service on the front. And then the main toilet bank that would serve the sanctuary and just kind of general use is located here. Within the hallway, we've designed these coat closets so that you can, in the winter, have a place to hang coats up. And then these also note, I guess this is a good point to note, we're really trying to create a lot of connectivity between the building from different areas to the outside. And so from this area that we're calling Commons here, you go out to the children's play area. From the lobby here, you can go straight out to a little meditation area or other gathering areas. So there's a lot of connectivity through the building, so to enhance that connection to nature and to the outside. And then as we move to the sanctuary, here there's a foyer space and then entrances into the sanctuary, and we're showing a circular arrangement with 152 seats there. This is three risers that form a stage, and this would be, of course, for normal services. The choir will occupy these risers when they are singing, and there's a piano that would be positioned a little differently if than for this seating arrangement. But then there's a ramp here so that you can have accessibility from the floor level of the sanctuary onto the stage. Back here is a position for the sound control. So you would have somebody sitting there with the audio adjustments. And then, let me go to this shows the sanctuary in a more normal service relationship. And you're not seeing it on this, the way this is a stair right here that goes up to the balcony, but you don't see the treads here. In this relationship, we're showing 194 seats on this floor, and then with the balcony and the family room, which we'll look at in a minute, it's a total seats of 236. And there was a question about what's the total occupancy of the building, I believe that you asked. And the total occupancy is based on if every room is filled with the maximum number of people by fire occupancies, and which would never happen, and buildings rarely are actually used except unless it's an assembly space. But anyway, it would be 888 people if every single space were fully occupied according to the maximum number of people that could exit the building in a fire. So that is a number that has to be expressed on our permit drawings, but it's not a real world number in the sense that it reflects any actual use of the building.
But that's the fire code number.
That's the number. But to meet the building code, you have to calculate every room according to, if it's a classroom, it's 15 square feet per person. If it's all those uses have a number, you have to just add all those numbers up.
So that's the number on the wall.
Yeah.
What's the number for the sanctuary itself?
I don't know.
We can get you the number.
Yeah. I don't know that offhand,
Yeah.
but it would have a number based on 7. Well, we could, based on basically
Is it 7?
7 people. No, 7.
7 per square foot?
Yeah, 7 square feet.
7 square feet per person?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's a standing. That's if it's it's no seating, a standing. That's not, again, real world use. I think with seating it's 15 square feet, but we can get that number. Okay. Then there's on the second level, above the kitchen and the toilets are offices. So this is the administrative part of the building, and off the elevator there's an entrance where there's a office workroom, meeting space, copiers, so forth, with 2 private offices and a bathroom, and then there's a conference room, meeting room on this level. Also, as you would come up the elevator, you would be in an entrance to the balcony. And our balcony seats 42, including 6 people in the family lounge. And this is a space that is visually connected to the service. You can see through a glass window, and there's amplified sound that comes into the space. But if you had a child who was restless or various reasons that people would need to be acoustically separate, that's what this space is. So adding up to the total of 236 seats.
I have a question. The yellow spaces are the hallways. You did calculate them on like the first floor? The basement, just the staircase? I mean, are all these added up to that, your number? Like, I know that there's no square footage on the yellow on the second floor.
Well, the total, we have total square footages, which you see in that little chart right here.
And that includes the yellow?
Oh, yes, yeah. And then the room areas were just for general information if somebody's interested in how big the family lounge is,
Yeah, I mean, this was a response to a question asking us to show the square footages of the different portions of the building, offices, meeting rooms, sanctuary, storage.
I actually think that square footage is very helpful, thank you. Are any of the bathroom facilities that you're proposing here providing showers or bath functions?
Yes.
If so, which one? Because it's not quite clear on these plans.
Yeah, I will show you here. So on the second floor, this bathroom has a shower, and that would be primarily for staff who might be out, doing various things in terms of the service work, or riding a bicycle, from home or whatever. So that's really more intended for staff. And then actually that's the only one. Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking, at one point we had one of the children's bathrooms have a shower, but that got removed. So that is the one with the shower, the upstairs. I think that about does it.
Yeah, a couple more questions from me, Louis, just kind of to wrap up. I think you said before that there was this is not a soup to nuts design. In other words, there are a lot of different constituencies with the church who are looking for space, and the goal of this was to create flexible space which would serve them all rather than just build everything. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
So this is not some pie in the sky design. This is kind of a minimal design in terms of what you could comfortably build that would serve the needs of the congregation.
Absolutely. In fact, this has really been whittled down from multiple kind of what maybe started out as pie in the sky, like if we could build every need, no, that's too big, it won't fit, it's too big. And so, yes, this has been really, really laboriously edited to try to be the minimum.
Can I ask you a question about that? About
Certainly.
what you're just talking about?
Yeah.
If that was the case, you have an 18,000 square foot building. Why would you design it to have the solar panels as an accessory structure when they'd easily fit on the roof, which we allow?
Right. So what we have done is put as many as we could on the roof. So the roof is...
You're telling me those solar panels won't fit on that roof?
That's right. Now, we're not So we're not
They won't
proposing.
fit on that roof because of what else you have up there, or they just physically won't fit?
A little of both. So, a little of both. We're not showing solar panels on the sanctuary roof because it is a sloped roof and it doesn't really work for the solar because of the design of the roof.
No, I know, but my point is, why wouldn't you have designed the building differently to put those solar panels on the roof? We don't allow these solar panels like this anywhere in Summit.
So there's some mechanical equipment on the roof, very little. What we have done is, given the design, we have maximized the roof for solar panels. If you started the design to say, what is a building that can most easily accommodate solar panels, but that's not like the main driver. It wasn't the main driver. It was like, here's the building. How can we accommodate solar? So we would love to have as many as possible on the roof.
Okay, a couple more questions, Louis. Just going back to the building, you're familiar, of course, that with the bulk variances that are required, as
Yeah.
setbacks and so forth. So is there any way to really accomplish the basic needs of the congregation without incurring some variances?
No, there's not.
So you attempted insofar as possible to minimize the number of variances?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then, last but not least, just to reiterate, this overall design is directly related to the way that this congregation worships and their faith system. Is that correct?
Yes, and when this has been presented to and communicated to the congregation, it's my belief that it has resonated as accomplishing that it feels like it feels like their home in the sense of embodying those values and expressing the qualities about their beliefs that a building can reinforce and support.
Thank you. I have nothing further, Mr. Cherry.
Can I just expand on that question? Because I think that's a very important consideration here, because this is a religious organization and there's a lot of deference and special consideration has to be given to that. Could you maybe say something more specific about how does this design reflect the exercise or the way this group exercises their religious rights? Were there specific guidance given to you that led you to these design features?
Yes. In fact, the Unitarians have a fairly clear codification of their values that is sort of written out in terms of the qualities of their community, and I can't recite them, unfortunately. But so yeah, there was a lot of clarity about what the value system is, and some of the things that were important in terms of how does that become architecture is this central organizing idea that I described. That's actually very important. This idea of this spiral, and there's an image that relates to nature and how life unfolds. That those symbols are really important and powerful. So that's one. Another one is connection to nature. The whole idea of pulling the building apart, inserting these natural areas into the voids as the building pulls apart, creating all those connection points. That was a huge idea. The Unitarian faith values community building as most other religious groups do, but so the idea of creating a building that creates as many opportunities for people to connect as possible. And so, like, the hallways are big, there's places to sit, there's very intentionally looking for opportunities that people who are in the building are going to probably interact with other people because of the way it's designed. The idea of transparency, when you come and you walk around through this circular canopy, and you're in this garden, and there are people who are there, and let's see, let me just go back there. No. I mean, I think this image is pretty expressive of a place where people want to come together. I mean, it doesn't look, it's not a, Unitarian faith is very non-hierarchical. So it's not about setting up this, movement to the big, very unlike some of the other religious faiths, which is all about, a symmetry and a sort of a clarity about the, the center. This is more of a communal kind of design, and I think that's pretty expressive of how that feels like a place where people are hanging out and getting to know each other, and relating and connecting. So I think those are the main big ideas.
So it's fair to say that everything you just described is the reason why they didn't come to you and say, design us a typical rectangle church with a steeple and...
Absolutely.
Okay.
Another thing I think it's important about designing a Unitarian facility is, because it's an interfaith group, the iconography is not clear. So, and I don't want to speak out of my area of expertise here, but unlike most other faiths, or many other faiths, there's a steeple, the thing that says this is a church, and it's a clearly understood thing. That's not the case with Unitarians, and I think it's pretty fantastic. The Unitarians have a history of doing some pretty great architecture. I mean, they hired Frank Lloyd Wright to design the Unity Temple in Oak Park, Illinois. There's been some really very famous architects, much more than me, to design. So there's been an appreciation for how architecture can really help express some things that aren't easily translated into the kit of parts that's more typical for designing a religious facility. And I think I'm so glad you asked that question, because I think that's a really important question.
Along those same lines, for the current church that the Unitarians, the Beacon is using on Springfield Avenue, the
Yes.
downtown,
Mhm.
has that always been a Unitarian church? I mean, because that does look more like a church, it has the steeple. You were saying that the design, I guess the design for the Unitarian church has changed over time, or was that not originally built to be a Unitarian church?
I am not certain of the answer of that. I actually believe it was, but yeah, so yes, it was. And that is a change over time, absolutely.
Just on the same line of questioning while we're at, you've obviously been retained by the client. Have you designed any other Beacon Unitarian churches anywhere? Who would this be first?
I have designed a Unitarian Universalist facility in Raleigh. Not Beacon. Beacon is this.
Raleigh, is that?
Yes. Mhm.
North Carolina?
Yes.
Were there any features there, not borrowed, but consistent with what's being proposed? I guess I'm just trying to understand, are there uniform standards or building features that can be found in other facilities, or is this design unique to the faith?
If I showed you a photograph, which I could show you a photograph of the, but
Or say yes.
well, I would say that the church in Raleigh uses curves. It has a curved roof. It uses a lot of wood, and It also has, I think, some similar qualities, but they don't look at all alike.
Okay, but like you said, a lot of, we'll call them Christian-based churches have steeples. There are other religions that have turrets, and things that you see almost in every single instance of a facility for that type of religion. And I'm just trying to, again, understand if any of that
No,
was employed.
that's a definite no. This is unique, and there are, as far as I know, I'm certain there are not a sort of set, a kit of parts, if you will, standard forms for Unitarian.
So I guess, and Andy, if I speak out of line here, I guess that it's probably a fine line between artistic expression and we'll call it religious symbolism or religious values or something like that. So I'm not sure how much that applies to this and the board's decision making, but it seems to be a factor. And also just you acknowledge that the building that was there seemed to be historic by some, maybe just by its age. I don't know if it's officially historic in some, and I think there is some, are some records that I haven't really looked at this point. But I think the clerk's office might have something like that. So something we should recap on, but
Do we know for sure if it is on the HPC?
I don't, but it's something we'll review.
I don't think it's on the National Register.
It may not be, but the city has at least 5 different inventories of historic properties and landmarks. When you toured the building, you mentioned that it wasn't conducive to turning into a house of worship. Could it have been reused for something else, whether it was, could it have continued to be an office or a residence or some other use? Or was it in a state of disrepair and needed to be demolished?
No, it could potentially have been adapted for another use, yes.
I just wanted to stay on that one train of thought. We can continue.
Well, Marie, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I did have a few questions, but as long as we're done with that line of questioning, I don't want to hijack that. Could you talk a little bit more about the vegetative roof? I know you said it would be, some succulents on there or something like that. Is there, and it should be maintenance, low maintenance, I guess is the word, right?
As much as possible, there is maintenance involved with the
Could you
vegetative.
talk a little bit about how that roof works?
Yes. I would caveat this by saying this is not really designed. In other words, it is shown and illustrated as a vegetative roof, but the technical drawings have not been created for it. The planting plan has not been created for it. And it's quite a specialty. And I have done at least a dozen green roofs in my career, so I've got quite a bit of experience with them. There's honestly not that much in terms of how they work. That you need to have a very good waterproofing system, obviously, and then you put a layer and they're different depths, and from 2 inches to 2 to 3 feet of soil. We would be proposing about a 6-inch, 4 to 6 inch layer of a medium. It's not dirt, it's a plant medium that easily drains and doesn't create a lot of runoff or sediment, whatever. And then beyond that, it's just what do you plant there, and how does the water, how do you evacuate the water that does overflow, which is just more or less like any other roof on that. So, yeah, and and filters, of course, to keep the soil materials from going in. But that's really about the extent of what we know about it at this stage of development.
Okay, thank you. Could you talk a little bit about the balcony circulation? In one of the previous letters, it actually came through the traffic report, kind of commenting about the balcony circulation. And I noticed that you have shrunk it up a little bit. Could you talk about that?
Yes. So the circulation is, there's a wide access there. And this is, has two risers here. And then this is, it's a little hard to see. You can see this line here is a riser and a riser. And then these are chairs that are sat on the top level. And so you circulate down and around to, on either side. To get to the balcony, there's a stair that starts at the bottom here, comes up and around, then you come onto the balcony here. And so on either side, you have this circulation on all sides of it. Then the organist is sitting, back here.
Are those closets along the walls?
That is storage for musical instruments and sheet music and whatever other storage we could gather.
Could you talk a little bit about the western facade and maybe the northern? What is it going to look like to the neighbors on those sides? I know we spent some time talking about the through the trees look, but there's some access doors. Looks like some wooden panels.
You're looking, okay, so these are the elevation drawings that were submitted.
Right.
And
Yes.
I didn't use those to illustrate the building. I mean, we can look at those because they're not very representative of what the building looks like. So where specifically are you looking?
Well, I was looking, for example, at the west elevation. That's going to be the one that's to the park on the side.
Let's see. Right. Oh, okay. So,
And that would be is that the lower one?
oh, here, oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay,
west,
sorry,
yeah.
yes. So what we see here, and again, these are really hard to read because they're flat. These are the classrooms here, and there's a,
When you say flat, you mean that there's a lot of in and out of the wall.
Yes,
and
right.
We're not seeing that
Yeah,
because it's
right.
laying flat?
yes, but it's a flat drawing, and you
Right.
can't easily read the
Do you have
dimensionality.
updated renderings of these views that you can show us? Because we did really only see the front, right?
In terms of the renderings, I do not have those on the computer right now. I mean, we do have renderings. I don't think
Are they different from these, Louis? I mean, these elevations haven't changed. have they?
No, they haven't changed it at all, but I don't have those renderings. Is there a specific question
Well,
about?
for example, could you just tell us about, the wood screen that you're on right now? Actually, it's a wood screen with a metal panel. Is that
Yeah.
something over a door? Is that a garbage enclosure?
That is a
or-
garbage enclosure,
Okay.
and just beyond this is the door that goes beside the kitchen, into, that's a major kind of path back into the main lobby circulation. And then the kitchen is behind that screen.
Okay. And what about if you pan over to the right a little bit more? Keep going. There's a wood screen wall. There's also a wood screen guardrail. We should talk about what those are screening.
So here is the stair into the basement. And so this concrete wall you see here is sitting out in front of the wall of the sanctuary. And then this is a screen wall that has mechanical equipment behind it. And those are just wood screen walls that kind of fit into the natural materials of the outdoor areas and the play areas.
And so that, if you go up to the roof area there, that sloped membrane roof,
Right.
is that gonna be a tan color, does it need to be a different color because it's a roof? Is it white?
That would be a light color, and probably not bright white because it's too bright, but it would be a light tan or light gray.
Okay. And is that the curtain wall, is that a window strip? that's
Yes.
over there?
Yes.
So can I just interject a question? This packet that we have here, because now that the building has changed since, I think was this one from October?
Yeah, there are renderings included in there.
But
of-
these are old renderings,
Well-
right? These are the current ones?
Well,
I mean, if you have these, can you put these up for view, just to Marie's point, to see what the building looks like from all the angles?
Yeah,
So that if
sure.
there are, might be easier to
Yeah, I
ask
just-
some
I
other
just
questions.
realized that I'm on John's computer, and he probably does have them. Yeah, so the renderings with the changes that have been made would not look different.
Okay.
We moved the sanctuary wall in by, I think, 4 feet. You could not tell that. from the
South wall?
pictures. Hmm?
The south wall?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the only change, and that would be indiscernible.
Was it both? Because you have the,
Yeah, the two.
So you just moved that entire- got it.
Yeah, that just slid in.
Well, you were talking about how the building is in motion as you're viewing it, so I think it's important that we see the other views.
Great.
Well, on your point.
So this is kind of walking around from Springfield. This is a memory garden where you see the people, which would be or memorial garden, if you will. And then, well, that's just facing Springfield. Come around.
What angle is that? That one?
This is, as you're walking to the west, this is the entrance into the basement, that wall that, we were just looking at in elevation there.
So you're looking north on the western side of the sanctuary?
Right, along the west. And you see the diagram here, shows you the point of view.
You're like here.
And then this is where, well, let's look at the diagram. So
From the
now you've
parking
kind
lot.
of rounded the back, and you're looking at the kitchen and the offices above, and then over to the meeting rooms to the left. And then these are play areas and a meditation garden here. And then, yeah, here we go back to the, really looking at that whole corner where there's the entrance into the sanctuary. And then that's just kind of a bird's eye looking at that meditation garden. And then from all the way back in the corner, you can see that screen area for the dumpsters, or the trash bins, rather. And a door from the kitchen that gives you access for cleaning and, taking trash out. And then there are overhangs over the meeting spaces there.
Has that changed? The kitchen, in the picture you showed before, the door was next to the garbage enclosure? It wasn't set back? Maybe it was because it wasn't three-dimensional?
You couldn't see it in that view we were looking at because it's perpendicular to the elevation we were looking at. That hasn't changed. Anything else? Do you think? Okay.
To be as brief as I can, just to exhaust my questions so you don't have to hear from me. Bear with me. So you mentioned, you started on the theme of consistency with the character of Summit, and you focus mostly on buffering existing vegetation and plantings. Could you talk about the relationship of the character of Summit, the built character as it relates to the building? Is there anything in this building that you could point to that's could be deemed consistent with Summit, whether it's building materials, formal mass, articulation, anything?
And when you say Summit, are you talking about the city of Summit as a context?
Yeah, there are several documents which seek to sort of define the character of Summit. There are several master plan documents, historic design guidelines, the ordinance itself, that try to capture the essence of it. I would agree that there's not a single design style or even period, but there is I guess, a span of a period, let's say late 1800s, early 1900s, that sort of captures the essence of the historic character of Summit with several architectural styles. And I think the existing building would probably be captured in that.
Yeah.
What defines the character of Summit. So again, even if it's a more recent building, is there anything in Summit that you point to that relates to this building or that you drew inspiration from?
I wouldn't say, well, it was, I didn't draw inspiration from it, but I think a precedent would be the Jewish Worship Center, which is a modern design. And having done a lot of work in historic communities and in historic neighborhoods, the National Park Service is very clear that new buildings should look new, that history isn't frozen, and that when those buildings were built, they were new and they were different. And this is now, and it's not really doing a service to historic buildings to not make a clear distinction. And I think it, in my opinion, very appropriate. You get the scale right, you get the relationship to the street, all the form-driven things, but stylistically, my opinion is it's very appropriate that it looks like today's architecture, and that's the ongoing evolution of Summit.
But the national standards, I agree, they don't want to reproduce replicas right of the past, but they do talk about at least being consistent, right, so that it fits in. I'm not saying this doesn't, but I think there is some language that talks about context and consistency.
Mostly as it relates to the distance from the sidewalk, the height, and the kind of massing, but certainly not stylistic.
Okay. And so you mentioned having appropriate, we'll call it massing, form, et cetera. I think one of the challenges here is that you do need a number of variances which relate to the building. One includes building coverage, albeit by a slight amount, and also building height.
Right.
I think your building elevation diagram articulates where the height variance is being generated. Could you help us understand what that is and why it's not conforming?
Yes, yes. Oops. So the area, let me just zoom in on this. So the area in red is the area that exceeds the building height. So
Is it part of the roof or is it the parapet?
it's the parapet. And there is an exception for steeples. There is an exception for what I would characterize this as a steeple to the extent that it is a religious facility and it's sort of building up to this point, a high point in an otherwise very conforming building. It's well below the actual height in sections. So this was intended to be, I think, a very reasonable, very small excess of height at functionally as a kind of a steeple element.
And Louis, if you were to chop the red part off, would it adversely affect the aesthetics of the design from your standpoint?
Yes, definitely would.
Is that point of the building, though, just to be clear, it's in the front of the building,
Oops.
and it's,
Yes, sorry.
I guess a vertical wall with a curve, for lack of a better term?
Yeah. So it actually moves, it recedes visually as you're looking at it. So its apparent height, which actually that's an important point, because it's curving away from you, wherever you're standing, it's going to appear shorter than it is in that elevation. You'll never, unless you're on a very tall ladder, be able to see that actual height.
But where the existing house, for instance, you have a vertical wall, and then it would, I don't know, break to a sloped roof, which might have a point near that height, but again, the height itself might be broken up.
Sure, yeah.
Just, moving on from design for a moment, as far as the sanctuary space and the revised plans, did the actual sanctuary space get reduced in floor area?
Yes, it did.
Do you know by how much? And, don't worry, but it did by some amount. Okay.
Yeah.
You presented two different seating arrangements, so is it fair to say that the seating is flexible and not fixed?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Okay, so if we're relying on the number of seats for the parking count, we have different configurations, and presumably you could put more for a high holiday or something like that. What's the maximum number of seats that the space could potentially hold?
Well, that question implies that it's for some particular use. In other words, if you packed it full of chairs, then there would be whatever number you could pack into that floor area, but that wouldn't necessarily function for a use. So the intention was that this is the maximum number of seats that would be a normal service with a music program to function. Now, if you move that piano out of the way, you could certainly put more seats there, but this is to say, given the way that the use of it is defined for services, this is the count. And the other plan was to show the other primary arrangement that's used on a normal basis is a circular service, and which is a few less seats.
Okay, it may be obvious just while you're on it, is that where, I guess, private events or special events would be held, such as weddings, funerals, and other third-party uses?
It's the only space.
Yeah,
It
it's
seems obvious.
yeah.
As far as, which relates, I guess, to the question, and you would call it the glazing of the windows primarily facing east. So if people are hosting an event in the evening and it's illuminated, will the glass prevent, I guess, glare to the residential properties to the east, or would it become a big illuminated wall for some amount of time?
The amount of light that would escape, and I guess you're talking about here, right?
There or wherever else there.
Yeah, so there's quite a lot of glass in here. Now, though this is all facing the the natural area to the east. So, and, you know, we looked at how from the neighbors, there would be very little, if any, visibility of that, but it also would be very subtle light. I mean, this would just be the light that would be on the overhead lights. They're not, so I think it would be, and the glazing has got some tint to it, so it's not 100% transparent. I really don't think there would be any issue with light pollution, if you will, from the glazing and interior lighting.
Just to touch on the basement, do you know what the ceiling height is?
I don't know that number offhand. I mean, it's on the order of magnitude of 12 feet, I'm sure.
I would acknowledge that your first iteration of plans called all the spaces for storage, mechanicals, et cetera, so that's carried through it. It's not like it was multi-purpose room, now it's storage.
No,
Just wanted to
right,
acknowledge that.
yeah.
Almost there. Talked about this construction. There's a question asked about showers. Is it your understanding that there might be any form of habitation or overnight stays, whether it's congregants or people from the broader community, let's say?
No, I mean, I think that
That-
Reverend
that's not-
Tanner testified about
Yeah.
that already, but no.
That's really
that's
not in my
That's not what it's there for.
purview.
Yeah, going back to the vegetative roof, is that being used to offset stormwater compliance in any way? Are you taking credit for that? We take credit for that. So I think that may relate to a question I was asked. I don't know which one's better, but just the fact that that's utilizing some roof space means that you can't use it for solar because you're using it for stormwater compliance.
I don't think that would work for the solar because of the,
Because it's lower than the other roof
Yeah.
adjacent to it.
just how it's dimensioned and positioned.
And I guess it's more just a comment. I think, I guess your planner just, again, to try to relate the building to the master plan, the ordinances and so forth, because there is a lot of dialogue. And Mr. Manny, you know full well that someone is interested in how buildings function, but also how they fit into the character of the community. So that's it for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I think, because I'm sure the board is going to have quite a few questions, and I expect some from the public, can we take a 5-minute break here, as it's almost 10 o'clock, stretch out a little, 5 minutes, all right?
Okay.
Thank you. We're gonna get back in here, right? Yeah, I think we are. Oh, except that.
You probably should have two at that table.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Okay, so now we're going to take questions from the board for the architect. Yes. Anyone have
Yeah.
questions?
Anyone?
I was asking kind of as we went.
Okay.
I do have one question.
Yes.
Hi. I'm just a little trying to get an idea of like the time frame and your idea, I mean, your creative process with this design. You mentioned that you came up, I guess the first time you came to New Jersey, to Summit, it was, you did walk the property and then saw the existing and took a tour of the existing building. At that point, you did not have a design idea before you
Correct.
arrived? So before you saw the neighborhood, the surrounding areas, you didn't have a design plan?
No idea.
So it was after you came and saw the
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Oh, I have a lot, so, sorry. Just going back to the images where you were showing the views with the orange, I just, where did I, now I put the drawing aside. There was one drawing that showed, I just wanted to clarify about whether the canopies were included in the dimensions of that width. So when I look at, what is this drawing? Like, you probably don't have this one. Well, yes, it's a site materials plan, so, although this, I guess, is from the engineer. But the canopies, you know, the building footprint, so that everybody can see, the building footprint is here, but the canopies go all the way to here.
Right.
So in your orange, was that here to here, the building, or was it, you know, here to all the way to the end of the canopy?
The orange is just the main building.
Okay, so the
the-
canopies weren't reflected in that, okay. So that was.
That was intended to show the mass of the building, so, yeah, that's
I was
what-
just thinking about the visuals of, like, from 21 Oakley was one of the reference points, where
Right.
you could see, maybe you have that picture. You
Sure,
could see
yeah.
the side of the building. But you would also see probably canopies, not that one. It's, might have been that, maybe that one, or one of the other, there was another, that one or another one, but.
That's
so
21
potential-
Oakley, but-
Okay, so there's potentially also canopies in there that you might be able to see. So I just want to clarify that. I didn't know if they were in the orange.
Can I ask a question? Because can you zoom in as far as you can on that?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm seeing gray there that I thought were the canopies that extends past the building.
I
Or is
think
that
that's the
potential?
baseball, is that the
Yeah,
baseball
I
net?
think
It's a
that's something
pitching
that's-
area of the
That's in the
park.
photograph,
So-
yeah,
I see that now,
which would probably obscure the view to the canopies, but, I mean, it would be very easy to do this view with
I think
the
the
canopies.
site,
but-
the height of the fence is probably less than 12 feet.
Yeah.
Okay, so and then Jay had asked the question about what the max occupancy of the sanctuary is, and I think it's an important question because it gets to sort of the parking requirements. So I had a question about this plan because it says the sanctuary is 2,471 square feet and the stage is 559 square feet. Is that stage area counted in the 2,471 of the sanctuary? Are you just saying that's how big the stage area, or is the sanctuary really 3,000 square feet? Like, is it 2,471 or is it 3,000? It looks like it's 3,000, but I just want to be sure that I'm interpreting that correctly.
Yes, those would all be additive.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and then at 3,000 square feet, we'll just,
About 430.
yeah, divide by 7. So, yeah, about 430 is maximum occupancy, and like you could put in a chair in 7 square feet. So that's just for, to get back to that question, the answer. I do think that may have some bearing on parking. Then in the beginning of your introduction, when you were talking about the purpose of the church, one of the words you used was democracy, which is not what I typically hear when I think of house of worship. So I just wanted to know what you mean by that. Is this also sort of a political space, or it was a unique word choice?
It has no reference to politics. It is talking about the a consensus-based as opposed to a sort of more hierarchical structure. And so it's really meant in the most general sense about everybody has a voice and everybody is listened to, and so it is not intended to imply anything about politics.
Okay, and then you also referenced it as a municipal building, which, I mean, it's by definition, it's not a municipal building, but how do you mean that? Is that in how it looks?
I
Is
didn't,
that-
I don't think, if I misspoke if I
Okay.
said that. I referred to my experience. I've done a lot of municipal buildings, but this is clearly not a municipal building.
Okay. So this building is in a residential neighborhood, and I think this maybe gets to something related to where Mr. Behrens was going with some of his questions. How do you feel this fits in a residential neighborhood when you take into account the houses across the street? How do you feel that fits with those homes and just the aesthetic?
Well, I feel like that this site being surrounded by the Wilson Park it's really surrounded by park on 3 sides with so it doesn't abut anybody's yard at all. And so there's a lot of open space around it that is natural, accessible for people to use for recreation and enjoyment, walking their dog and seeing neighbors, and it fits into that. I think it sort of meshes into that pattern with all the open space that is created with the church. The other thing is that it's very typical that houses of worship are mixed in with residential neighborhoods, and that they become kind of an anchor of a community. And when you think about a school, which we have the primary school there, and a church, and a public library, and all of the kit of parts that make a vital community, I think a house of worship is one of those, and it needs to sit well with them in terms of not crowding or not overwhelming. And I think we do a really good job of that. I think with the way it's separated with play areas and then Springfield Avenue is a pretty robust road. It's a large, wide, higher speed. I think that's a state road, and so it's not in the core. It's a little different than if it were actually on a small residential street. So I think the scale, it's a more public scale, and so I think it's very fitting.
I think the speed limit is 35, and there are houses across the street, so it's a little, I mean, I don't want to give the impression that it's a highway or something. It's not. There are people who live there, and because I think when you take the house of worship currently on Waldron, that one to me looks like it fits in with the neighborhood because it is a historic building, and fits with the houses around it. This one looks different than the houses around it. So that was kind of where, I was wondering what your thought on that was.
Plus, it looks different than any other house of worship we have in town, too. We don't have anything that looks like this.
Okay, and then this one, this sheet, I just wanted to confirm, this part that's white, there's no basement area in there.
Right, that's just for reference.
Not even
So
crawl
you-
space or anything,
yeah,
just for
right.
reference of what the footprint is, okay? The front of the building from Springfield. Can you tell us what are the materials for these? Is this metal? Is this glass? What is that?
That
these-
is wood.
The white?
No, oh no, the brown, I'm sorry, I couldn't see where you were pointing. Let's see.
Yeah. Those two, the
That-
one that cascades down, it looks
Th-
almost
that-
like a mirror.
Oh, here?
Nope, to the left. You have
Oh,
that.
okay, so that is glass.
Okay.
That part is glass, and it's just reflecting there. And then this is metal framing, and that would be, yeah, just.
And the
paint-
one to
paint.
the left that has sort of a waterfall look?
That is, that's glass, and that is a little deceptive in this particular view. It's tucked in between these two panels that come together like this, and it infills. So it's, from this exact view, you would see it looking straight on, but mostly it would be kind of more hidden.
Okay, so that brings me to another question, because I wasn't sure about the materials, and it relates to something that Mr. Feskins had asked about before with the glare. Have you looked at what the houses across the street are going to see is there going to be light reflecting off at certain times of day, where they might be getting really, sharp reflections of light from that, especially with the one that's angled might be, the light might be hitting it differently and bouncing off?
Well, we can study these sun studies, but let's think about this. This is facing south. The sun in the south exposure is never at the horizon like it is in the east and the west. It's always up, minimum of whatever it is, 30 degrees in the winter and 70 degrees in the summer. And that you've always got that angle of whatever that is, and light reflects in it. So point being, being south, the sun would have to be more or less at the horizon level to reflect back at a neighbor's house.
I think I'm not sure. I think that the one that's angled on the left, because it's angled, the sun goes east to west, the angle of that may create some kind, I think it's important to be sure, to take a look at that and make sure that it's not going to impact
Yeah.
cars, neighbors.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. And then I was a little confused about the parapet conversation, about how it actually looks shorter than it is. I mean, height is height, so if the height is 37 feet, I understand that it's curved, but it's still 37 feet. So it might look like it's 30, I don't, can you explain how it actually looks shorter? Because I was having a hard time understanding that.
This is a good example. Looking at that tallest part from here, it's measured from the ground, but if it were flat, it would, and I'm not saying that that's a big deal, honestly. I don't want to overstate that is a huge mitigating factor. I'm just saying it makes it less of a projection, the fact that it falls away, because your eye, you're standing here, and as something moves away, from your field of view, it goes down in height if it leans away. But the fact is, it's 3 feet taller than the maximum height for that little corner, and so, yeah, it would require variance, and I don't want to overstate that phenomenon.
Okay. I think that's, those are my questions. Does anybody else have any before we open it up to the
I
public?
do, with, regarding the reflection. So that glass that you showed, is that unique glass? Because when you showed it, I had full reflection. It looked like a mirror to me. I was able to see myself in it. So that didn't seem like it was.
It's not mirrored glass.
But I was
it-
able to see myself exactly, like perfectly.
Yeah,
So what is that? Why is that?
it's, well,
No, I was, look. I think you-
We look good. No, just kidding.
I mean, it's pretty clear, like, I mean, it looks, I mean, no, it's not, yes,
I mean,
it's not a full mirror, but I
right.
can see full
It,
reflection.
I mean, you can, get mirrored glass. That isn't mirrored glass. It has a coating that is to
Like from a-
cut the light that comes
Can you
in.
see yourself from a distance, like?
Well, no, when I was over there,
I
I was
know.
able to.
Oh, okay, so yes,
Yes.
I'm just wondering
Yeah.
how far back.
Yeah, yeah.
Is there, yeah. I don't know if people in the back can see themselves or not, but. Okay.
It's a tinted glass. I mean, glass is reflective,
Yeah, but,
inherently.
it's more than glass windows. There's something.
A bit because it's tinted, probably, you have more of the reflection. Yeah. But that glass is going on the side of the building by the curved entrance?
Mhm.
Because it doesn't look dark in that rendering. It
Well,
doesn't,
when you render glass, it can either look really dark or really light, depending on the conditions. And the fact that it's bright outside, it's reflecting, the ambient light, it reads as light in the daytime. And
so, one more question then, because when the rendering doesn't look like what it's actually going to look like.
it would look darker, yeah.
When you pulled the colors for the side of the building, because sometimes when you look at a swatch, something looks like one color, and then you paint it on, a wall, it's darker,
Right.
that color to me looks very different than the color that was in the sample, but is that pulled like the same color, and it's kind of is that sort of true, like almost has a little bit of an orangish color to it, where the sample looked like it was more of a stone kind of?
Yeah, that's another thing we have to really kind of play with renderings, is if it's in shadow, it appears several shades darker than if it's in direct light. And you see some of that color right here. I mean, that, to my eye, looks pretty close to what that sample is.
I think it's the other one.
In others,
This one, the stucco one, right? So
I guess
this, that looks pretty different to me, so I just want to make,
Well, the front's wood, correct?
the
Yeah,
front
that-
is wood.
that's
Okay,
the
so the front
wood.
is this, and
Yeah.
then this is, so where is the stucco?
Well-
That last
Everywhere
picture.
else.
that you showed.
Everywhere else, okay.
So here.
I got it, okay.
See here? And anytime we pick colors, we have actual mock-ups made in the field, and they have to be approved and often adjusted. So it's not a locked-in-stone type thing, but to illustrate the intent.
Thank you. Any other questions? Just want to make sure no more questions from the board either. Our planner or engineer, nothing else. Okay, so questions from the public, please.
You can hold that
Letterman, Clark Street. You may have already answered one I was gonna ask you, but I believe Allison did. How many times were you at the site to begin with, before you started designing? And did you walk around Summit? Did you walk around the neighborhood?
Before we started designing, I was on the site for 2-day-long visits with the landscape architect and one of my staff. And we took a tour of Summit that included, which was for the purpose of, enlightening us about what Summit's like. We went to the Arboretum, we went, toured the other religious facilities, I mean, drive-bys. So I'd say we spent several hours just looking at Summit, and then we spent several hours in 2 different visits, really trying to understand the site and be on the site and be, really get the feel for it.
You said you gave consideration to repurposing the building that's there now.
Sorry,
So-
could you just come a little closer to the mic?
Yeah, you said that you gave consideration to repurposing the historic building that's there now, and it wasn't workable for you, but you were willing, is it true, to look at a historic inspired building?
Well, because that building is there, you wouldn't just, typically, as best practice, you wouldn't just right off the bat say, it's got to go. You would give it consideration, and so we did do that, and acknowledging that it is of a certain age, and of sort of trying to understand its import. I mean, if it were a Thomas Jefferson design, it would have a different meaning than a building of a certain age that had a certain purpose, and it has value, but it's not a historic landmark, and so all things considered, it seemed pretty clear that it needed to be removed.
Right, but my question, or my point is that you were willing to consider historically inspired, something historic.
It was historic, yes.
So in your
Yes.
driveway, you said you looked at other houses of worship. Did you happen to notice Temple Sinai on Summit Avenue? It's a historic home. It's actually where Christy Whitman grew up, and they did a large expansion. But from the street, it still looks like, you don't see the additions.
Just questions only at this
It's
point.
still- I'm asking if this is a consideration.
To do, it was not a consideration to do an emulation of historic architecture.
Well, to keep the front facade of the Red Cross property and do the church.
No, that was definitely not a consideration.
As an architect, do you think it's important to take the historic character and architecture of the neighborhood into consideration when developing a design?
Yes.
And to what extent did you do that here?
By controlling the scale, the sort of,
The historic character and architecture
I'm,
specifically.
well, to consider it doesn't mean to match it. So, in other words, what I did do and would always do is to try to understand the neighborhood and to understand the density. Are people's houses, with porches near the street, or are they set back, or, their lawns? What's the space that's going on, the public shared space, and not really thinking about style as something that is a determinant. It's more about relationships.
So you don't consider it important that the church should fit in with the historic character and architecture of the neighborhood? That's
Not in terms of style, no.
To what extent did you study the city zoning code, and to what extent did you try to avoid needing variances when developing your design?
That is more in the civil engineering bucket, and so
Can I get an answer to that? You go closer to the microphone. Can I get an answer to that from the engineer then?
What is the question?
To what extent did you study the city's zoning code, and to what extent did you try to avoid needing variances when developing your design?
I think we've covered that pretty extensively.
Well, I
for
think,
3 days.
there are a few variances related to the architectural design, are there not? Or there are zero?
I did, and I
We have
asked,
the height,
I
know,
asked him about it in his direct testimony, if he tried to minimize them, and if there was a way to meet the needs without
Well,
any variances, and
think-
he answered it.
Okay,
So
sometimes,
we just did that.
Could you just restate your answer, please, to what that question is?
Well, within my purview, understanding that I'm working with a site designer and some of those, I'm like, okay, what's my building envelope? Or so anyway, the things that were under my purview with regard to the variances were primarily the building height. And were you here for that part of the presentation?
Well, but there's also the severe underparking and the setback from the street, and there's all kinds, it was 18, is it variances?
The setback from the street is conforming now.
It's is it 18 variances?
No, it's many fewer now.
That's a lot of variances.
Can we just check to make
Is
sure,
there another-
hang on one second, can we check to make sure that standing mic is on? There's a button on the back and,
Yeah, just hit the microphone.
no.
Yeah, it's either off or the batteries need to be switched.
Let's see, I think the battery.
You can take that.
We can share.
Should I use this?
Please.
I feel like that's why we can't hear her. Oh, got it?
Okay, it's back.
Thank you. So is there any other design that would require less variances? In other words, it's impossible to reduce the number of variances through another design, such as that would increase more parking, those kinds of, the safety variances, let's call them.
I would say that the entire design team was focused on as few variances as we could get away with and meet the intent of the design program and the owner's needs.
Do you think that inherent beneficial use gives you a free pass to completely describe the character of the neighborhood and ignore any and all zoning laws?
That's not a fair question.
Well, it
I'm
is.
gonna
I mean,
ask him not to answer.
There
that.
is, and we
planner will-
probably wouldn't be having this.
The planner will address.
It's not an architectural question.
No, it is not.
Okay, when's the planner gonna be here?
At
July
the next meeting.
21st.
Okay, given the severe parking shortage, is that for this or for the traffic study? Who handles the parking shortage?
That would be traffic.
That'd be traffic, what about snow removal?
I think we handled that during John's testimony last session.
Can you repeat, where are you gonna put the snow?
So the questions right now are for this witness on the testimony he's presented tonight.
But you can go back, this is all recorded, so you can hear the answers to the last witness. I'm hearing that they cannot hear you in the back, so sorry, but can you speak a little louder into the mic?
Get a little closer to the microphone.
Yeah.
Closer.
Now it's off again,
it's off.
the light.
That's probably the batteries are done.
Okay.
It was on for, just a couple of
Yeah.
hours.
For time's sake, can I?
Yeah,
I'm almost
perfect,
done.
thank you.
Did you discuss with your client any other architectural styles or designs? One that would require fewer variances and provide more parking, for instance?
Well, we looked at multiple design options. That's kind of it's the process of iterations and trying things. And so, yes to that. In terms of the parking, I think it is maximized given the building that we have and the site that we have. I think that's fair to say. It's as many parking spaces as can functionally be put on the site and meet the program. I mean, it's, there are programs for children's play areas and other things that also.
But would a different architectural design of a building have enabled more parking to be put on that site? A building that still met the needs of the physical needs of the church, number of people, classrooms, it's those kinds of needs.
I would say no.
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 So would you think maybe this is not an ideal site for this church?
No, I would not say that.
But, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Did we decide, is this working or not? Okay, it's working, good. All right, I'm back. Christine Faustine from Herald Law, representing the group of people that we previously identified.
We can't hear her. Now it's my turn to speak up.
See, now you know it's, all right, let me see.
Yeah, it does.
Is this better? Oh, it's better, okay. So when were you first retained for this, to work on this application?
It was in 2022. I don't remember the month, but
Okay. And I know you explained earlier how you got your license for architecture in the state of New Jersey. I know lawyers have similar situations as well with waivers and whatever. Did you become licensed in the state of New Jersey just to do this application?
yes.
How is it that you became connected with this project then, since you got your license for this project?
Well, I was contacted by the Beacon FET, Facilities Expansion Team, I believe is what that stands for.
Mhm.
And I was asked if I had any interest in making a proposal.
Do you know, did they, for example, see an advertisement you had on a website? Is that how they were connected with you?
No, that was not how they were connected
Okay.
with me.
When they first approached you, did they mention any of your architectural projects as having inspired them to connect with you?
Yes.
What projects were those that had inspired them to connect with you?
The fact that I had done a Unitarian Universalist facility in Raleigh, they were aware of that facility, and I believe that that is how they came to know me and contact me.
So is this design similar to that North Carolina project?
No,
So it's different from that? Judge?
very, very different, yes.
Now, so I know you were previously asked questions about your site visits, and I apologize if I'm repeating because we did have the microphone issue. But what I counted was, so did you visit this site 4 times in the process of trying to design this project?
No, many more than that. The question, I think, was initially, how many times did I visit the site before I started designing?
Mhm. Okay, how many times do you, if you have to approximate, that's fine, but how many times do you think you visited this site between the time you started, you first were connected, and I guess the design that we now have?
I'm estimating 10.
And do you think you drove around Summit each time you came for your visits?
Yes,
Did you stay in Summit during these visits?
yes.
As part of your work on this project, did you review the municipal ordinances?
All right, keep leaning down. Did I view?
Did you review the municipality's ordinances as part of your preparation of this project?
I was selective in the things I looked at. I was not trying to review the zoning codes in terms of the level of detail that we've covered tonight. I would look at certain things that pertain to the building.
Right, did you rely, and you don't have to tell me what was said to you, but did you rely on any of the other members of the applicant's professional team for advice on the municipal ordinances for this project?
I'm not, who's their professional team?
Well, for example, there's a planner, there's a lawyer, there's a traffic engineer. I'm just wondering whether you relied on any of those individuals who are part of the professional team?
Yes, of course, yeah.
Okay, so who did you rely, again, just, you don't have to tell me what was said, just who did you rely on from the professional team?
Well, we have site planners, so they would be very involved with interpreting the code per the site planning issues. And Langen Associates is our civil engineer, and they were selected specifically because they are local to Summit and they know them very well, and they're, intimately familiar with them. That was a real strength that the Langen team brought to the design team.
Okay, so the board's professional had mentioned, for example, the town's master plan. Did you personally read the town's master plan as part of your work on this project?
Yes, I did.
Did you read any other planning documents for the municipality as part of this project?
Certainly, yes.
All right. Do you remember specifically which ones you read?
No, I don't.
Do you remember the year of the master plan that you read?
Okay. I've got a pretty good memory for little details, but I think it was 1986.
Okay.
But am I right?
This might make things easier. Did you get those documents that you read, the master plan documents that you read? Did you obtain them by getting them off of the town's website?
Yes.
That might narrow things down. I'm just making sure, because I know Madam Chairman asked a bunch of questions too. Okay, so you had shown us with your pictures, right, different views from different sides of the building, right? Can you show us which side, like, what the building looks like from the side of the building? Sorry, I'll speak here. The side of the building that is closest to the paddle tennis courts. There are paddle tennis courts nearby. Can you just show us?
You switched those. That was the old. It's not. Oh, yeah. Okay. This is part of it right here. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, so this would be the view if I was at the paddle tennis courts, this is what I'd see.
More or less.
If I could see that far,
Yeah.
yes. Okay.
Well, look at the arrow there. So here's the plan. The paddle tennis courts are here according to that plan. So it's generally in that direction. Is that not right, John?
You're looking at it from an angle point. I apologize for speaking as her. Looking at it from an angle point. So the tennis clubs is roughly, if you look at where the arrow is, tennis clubs would be back behind that arrow. So you're looking down slightly to the left, as if you were a paddle courts.
All right. Are you familiar with the townhouses that are currently under construction on Springfield Avenue?
No, I'm not.
Would it, I believe you said earlier that the National Park Service says that new buildings should be new construction type of architecture, is that correct?
What the National Park Service says is that buildings that are in a historic district, or, I mean, yeah, so let's say in a historic district, buildings should reflect the age at which they're built, because the historic buildings have value because they're historic. And if you build a building beside it that looks more or less the same, that isn't historic, it's diminishing the appreciation for the actual old building. It's fake. And so a building that is new should be distinguishable from a building that is historic, with the understanding that history keeps going, and you're not trying to freeze a point in time. You're trying to build a lot of buildings that make sense together, but in time, buildings that look new and a little weird when they're new, in 30 years, oh wow, that's when they used to do them that way. And, you know, so it's an ongoing thing, and that's what the National Park Service is really going for there.
All right. And you agree with that philosophy as an architect?
Yes.
So, in these, I think it was marked as Exhibit A9, you have some configurations of the second and third floor, well, I think, it's the first and second floor of the building. You have rooms that are designated as meeting rooms, correct? I'm looking at, just so the record's clear, I'm looking right now at the first floor, which is the second page of A9.
Let me pull these up. Oh, so that, is it here? Yeah, that's it. Okay. So we're looking at the same thing here. So, which space? What do you?
Oh, I haven't gotten there yet.
Oh, okay.
I
Yeah,
wanted
yeah,
you to
yeah.
catch up. All
Okay.
right. So you have rooms designated as meeting rooms, correct?
Right.
All right. Would those rooms also be the rooms serving as classrooms?
Yes.
So basically, they will serve either as meeting room or as a classroom.
Right.
Do you know if they will be used, is the church planning to host, let's say, regular classes, like daily classes in those meeting rooms?
I think we had extensive testimony from Reverend Tanner about what the church's daily and weekly functions are, so I don't think that
that's
Louis
not
can
really
answer that question.
That's not. I can say that they were designed to accommodate a classroom or a meeting, but in terms of their weekly programming, that's not really my area.
Okay. So, let me just make sure I have everything. Just to clarify, the robing room is used for what purpose?
That is for the minister to be able to put on the garb for a service.
Sorry. All right, so now I'm on the last page of A9, which depicts, I believe, the second floor of the church.
Right.
So you have the balcony area, correct?
Mm-hmm.
The chairs in the balcony area that are shown here, those are also movable chairs, correct?
Actually, the 2 rows that are on the risers are fixed, and there's a code provision that requires that. I can't actually remember exactly why that is, but those are fixed, and then the ones on the rear row are not fixed.
All right. Is there some type of, so the balcony allows you to have a view of the lower sanctuary area, correct?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Is there some type of glass barrier to protect people from falling over the balcony?
Yes, there is.
All right, so what is that barrier? Can you describe it?
It's a railing, a glass railing.
A glass railing?
Mhm. It's pretty common in theater-type spaces.
Mhm.
And, you know, the code is very specific about the height and what constitutes a safe protection from a fall.
So it's going to be constructed according to the UCC code, I presume?
Yeah.
And the workroom area is, what is that designated as? Why is it, makes it a workroom?
That is the staff area, and so there are 2 private offices and a meeting room there, and that's where they would have volunteers who might fold brochures or have their printer, their copier, their supplies. So it's an office support room, I think you could characterize it as.
So what is there, can you provide us with a capacity for each of these meeting rooms, or is that just based on the square footage solely?
Well, you know, we've talked about this idea of capacity, as I was explaining, the fire code designates a maximum occupancy for the purposes of exiting. It's not intended to say how many parking spaces you need or how many people would be in the building. I think that's really important. No buildings would make much sense if you use those numbers to say that's how many people are going to be in that building. But these are 1-person offices. This is a conference room for 4 people. This could probably accommodate 3 people, you know, volunteers.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the actual occupancy of them. If you were to calculate it by square footage, it might, you know, be different because those are just formulas.
Okay. You also have on these plans a room designated as a family lounge. Can you describe again what the use will be of the family lounge area?
Yes, there's a glass wall here,
Mhm.
and so this is a place, the easiest example is a crying baby.
Right.
And so that's a place that you could have your baby crying and you could still participate in the service.
Yes, I understand. Now, you mentioned earlier that the current church in Springfield has a more traditional look to it, correct?
Well, it's a historic building.
The current church.
Mhm.
So it has a steeple.
Right.
And from an architectural point of view, what is a steeple? Can you describe a steeple?
A steeple is a vertical element, usually conical in shape, often with a cross on top or some ornamentation on top. Can be very much part of a architectural base that so it's, you know, it's generally a vertical accent element of a church that signifies it as a church in certain religious traditions.
And in what way is the proposed parapet like a steeple?
That it is an accent that has a vertical expression.
You mentioned earlier that you had meetings with different constituency groups. Were those groups from the church? Can you describe those groups to me?
Sure. So the congregation, you know, is comprised of people that have different interests, and also within the organization, different roles. So there's music, and so there's in the music, the area of programming for the music program, there would be the music director, the organist, or the musician, the pianist, the choir, you know. So and there may be multiple musical groups even within the congregation. So that's a clear constituency. Children's education is a constituency. So these would be the people who lead the education programs and help to understand how that classroom needs to work for certain age groups. There's an outreach, widening the circle is one constituency. That's about how do they connect to the larger community, the people outside of the congregation. There's the pastors who would, I think we call that the worship committee, that would help to define how does the service really need to work. You know, where do people queue up? How many people are there? We're lighting candles. Where do they live? You know, all of that. So food, it's a whole group that, you know, their committee was how do we deal with food? Where is it stored? Where do we get it? How do we cook it? You know, that's a good overview.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Now, can we go back to the drawing that shows the front of the church where there's the glass? I'm gonna show this, where it has the glass area too. Yeah, that's fine. So
Okay.
there's going to be, you had discussed earlier, there's going to be a vegetative roof over that glass area. Is that correct? Or no, where the grass actually
Yeah,
peaks up?
you can see it
Okay.
there. Yeah.
How wide is that area, that covering?
Do you mean the width of the that canopy?
Yes, the width of the canopy.
I think it's about 14 feet-ish.
Have you designed any other buildings that had a vegetative roof?
Yes.
And where were they? Where are they located, those buildings?
I designed a visitor center for in North Carolina State University Arboretum, and it has a vegetative roof. I designed a sustainable technologies building for a community college in Chatham County, North Carolina, that has a vegetated roof. I designed just recently a residence on a rural site that has vegetated roofs.
Mr. Cherry, can you speak into the
Oh,
microphone?
sorry, I'm sorry.
Sorry about that.
So, horticultural center with a vegetated roof, that has, by the way, been in service since 1992, so that has been there a long time.
Have you seen any buildings in New Jersey that had vegetative roofs while you've been here?
No.
All right. And you stated, I believe, that that the vegetative roof will require some level of maintenance?
Yes, as any component of a building requires some maintenance.
And you mentioned also that there aren't really any plans yet, like details, landscaping plans for that roof yet.
Correct. We are currently in an earlier design phase. We have not done the technical drawings for any of the building.
Okay. So when do you anticipate those will be done, those special plans for the vegetative
As
roof?
soon as we can get through this process.
Okay. All right. I recognize that it is a church and it serves a purpose to function as a religious location. But would you also view this church as being as at least a semi-public building?
Yes.
And you mentioned some type of, one of the groups that you met with of the church was like an outreach, what did you call it? Like a welcoming group or an out-welcoming group?
It's an outreach group who is just looking at ways that the faith community could, be connected to more people. Frankly, I don't know in detail what they do.
That's okay. Look, I only asked you about the groups, but that's all right. You answered my question. I'm sure your attorney will tell you, I don't know is a totally acceptable answer. So, did you compare the floor area ratio of the new building to other buildings in the neighborhood?
No, I didn't, but to be clear, I wasn't dealing with the floor area ratio. That was the civil engineering question.
Did you compare the, I guess it would be called massing, of the building that you designed to any of the other buildings in the area?
Yes,
You did.
yes.
And how did this building compare to other buildings in the area?
I think it's comparable in terms of its massing and its height and its relationship to the street.
What buildings specifically do you feel are comparable to this building that are in the area?
Well, the Red Cross building, for one.
So you think the existing Red Cross building is comparable in massing to the one you proposed?
From the street, yes. I mean, it's not identical, but it's not wildly different. It's not much taller or wider. I mean, this is more spread out over a larger area towards the back of the site. But one of the purposes of breaking it into these smaller chunks is to create not a building that doesn't appear massive, that it breaks it down into bite-sized pieces, if you will.
So, I don't know that you got a chance to properly finish your answer to a question earlier, so I'm going to kind of repeat what was asked of you. I know there was a discussion about the number of variances. Is your testimony that the only variance that really falls into your aspect of this project, the height variance that's required?
With regard to my testimony and, what I'm presenting, I believe that's true.
Well, I think his testimony before was that could not further reduce the number or extent of the variances beyond what's being asked for without seriously impacting the functionality of this building.
Well,
So certainly, look, if an architect designs a building and it needs a side yard variance, of course that's related to the design of the building.
Right. And
I think we were trying to make the distinction between what fell into his bucket, so to speak, and what fell into the site engineer's bucket. And
Well, the
that's all I'm-
site engineer had the final responsibility for calculating them all and relating them to the ordinance.
Were you concerned professionally about the number of variances that were required for this project?
I think it's fair to say that anytime you're asking for variances, you're concerned, right? Because you're having to ask for something and go through a process.
This,
So,
right.
yes, of course, there would be concern.
In your opinion, there was nothing you could really do, though, to reduce the number of variances based on all of the goals that had to be met? Is that what you're saying?
That is correct.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Francie Cho, CHO 27 Beekman Terrace. I just have two questions. So This is my diagram. So I wanted to get back to the parapet steeple kind of thing. So with the house of worship, this house of worship doesn't want to recognize a traditional Christian type of steeple with those connotations. So oh, yes. So the brown, this is kind of what it looks like, right? The curved thing. And this is really representing an ascendance towards something spiritual, right? This is like there's the steeple for this type of, for the Unitarian Universalists. So, and this is a variance because it exceeds the height. And steeples can be any height in Summit. There's no limit on how tall a steeple could be. So I'm wondering why we would even need a variance for this when it really is a steeple. Maybe that's a question for someone else. Because the only part that exceeds the height.
Yeah. One, it seems to be, as testified.
Tom, can you pull the mic? Sorry.
Don't be as shy. It seems to be a brand-new feature as testified to. So, again, I think the distinction is a feature that's prominent and used widely in a specific religion, and one that's new to this site and new to this religion that may serve the purpose of representing a symbol or a value, but not fully recognized in that religion as a religious aspect, design feature. And so to your point about the height, what I would say is if the intent is to achieve that symbol, why couldn't you do it at 35 feet? Why does it have to be non-conforming? So that's the question I would pose to the architect.
Shall I answer that question?
Sure.
We actually really looked at that question pretty seriously and felt like, because you've got certain things that are a height that is the height of the building at the stage, and then how does that roof kind of go up to the balcony? What's the height at the balcony? And that to achieve it, and I think, as Roger pointed out, if you just lopped it off there, it doesn't work visually. So we felt like we needed that extra height, just like in a church, a steeple would need that extra height to make the statement that you're trying to make. In this case, it's only 3 feet, so it's a very modest little statement, but that was the...
So to answer the question about the variance, so it's clear that architectural gesture is not specifically referenced in the ordinance. If it's your testimony that it should be considered, and you want to offer that to the board for consideration, I think you can do that, and the board can consider your request.
Yeah, and recognizing it's a C height variance because it's not.
Not
it's only-
10% or 10
Correct.
feet more than what the code permits, right?
Correct.
And it's probably not the most significant aspect of this application, but it is an aspect, I would agree.
It's one of the variances.
It's one of the
So-
several, right?
Okay, and my other question has to do with the freestanding solar panels. You've done those in other buildings, I'm sure.
Yes.
Is it typical in places other than Summit to have freestanding solar in a sustainable type of building?
Yes, very, very common.
Mhm. I would think so. And I just wondered, do you know if Summit's DRO has been updated to comply with the Sustainable New Jersey regulations?
No, I don't.
Would anybody else know? If the DRO has been updated since September 21,
Well-
when there were many recommendations
The
made?
DRO was updated. I don't know if it has anything to do with Sustainable Jersey. I'm not familiar with their, recommendations or guidelines. I haven't memorized them anyway. But there is a new feature in the DRO that's, 5 years or so old now, that does allow freestanding solar canopies in certain zones for certain uses, is my understanding. And this site happens to be in an R zone that allows single-family uses and houses of worship as a conditional use. And so under those conditions, does not permit solar canopies.
Can I ask you if a school, I understand a school would be able to have any type of freestanding solar anywhere they wanted at any time, including Wilson School directly next door. They could plaster that entire parking lot
I don't know if it's
with
by
solar.
use or by zone. I could look it up, but this isn't a school, so it's not relevant.
Okay, it's adjacent to the school. So my question is,
Not a school.
okay, so I believe that the DRO actually hasn't been updated to be in best practices with Sustainable Jersey, which would highly approve of the
It's not a
freestanding
question.
solar.
But-
Sorry, back question.
But that,
Thank you.
okay.
You can answer, I'm sorry.
I'm not aware of it being a requirement that municipal ordinances have to be updated in compliance with
No, Sustainable Jersey is a
guidelines.
voluntary, you
Right.
can opt in to get benefits, but that's not relevant to the architectural
No,
testimony.
it was the best practices, Sustainable Jersey best practices, but it also hasn't been updated with some of the things that
Ma'am,
the state
questions
did
only,
require.
please.
Sorry.
Can I interrupt with one question, just to follow up on that steeple issue? And you may have said this, Tommy may have said this, I was Googling just to look up what the DRO says about steeples, and it just uses the word steeple, doesn't actually define it, as far as I can tell.
If there's a few things a board can do if there's no definition in the ordinance, there's a few resources that we generally refer to. One is the Moskowitz definition of planning terms. APA has its own dictionary, and sometimes the ordinance will just refer to a generic dictionary like Merriam-Webster. So I'm sure there's a definition somewhere. We could look it up if need be.
And just to clarify, because I have it open in front of me, the exclusion applies to spires, steeples, cupolas, and other ornamentation.
Yep, that's what
So
I'm saying too,
it's
yeah.
something we can take into consideration and figure out whether a variance is indeed required.
Sounds like ornamentation.
I would agree that it's open to interpretation. So yes, let's leave it at that.
Hi again. Stacy Allen, Plymouth Road. You stated earlier that the solar panels on the property would provide 100% of the building's energy. Under what conditions would it provide 100% of the building's energy? I wondered if it was when it's cloudy or snowing or...
Yeah, great question. So, first of all, this lets me sort of circle back to why this is so important. And we talked about the facility meeting the specific faith goals, and I recall that one of the principles in the Unitarian sort of core principles is interdependence, and that as an organization nationally, they've made sustainability very, very, very important. And so we were really charged with creating a net zero building. Okay, so your question is, what are the conditions? So the mechanical engineers, and this is beyond my expertise to say all the technical part, but what they do is they model a typical year, and they look at the number of cloudy days in a year and the anticipated sunshine, and so they actually did a full energy model of this building over the course of a year, and then you analyze different types of mechanical systems with different efficiencies, and you look at the glass and how much it shades, and so you're plugging in all of those factors into that model, and that's how you determine how many solar panels you need on top of, you know, everything else. And so it's an estimate, but it's a pretty good estimate.
So it's saying 100% is a general estimate as an average.
Right. And it's using an assumed percentage of efficiency of the panels. I think we used 83%, because over the life of the panel, they go down some, they get dirty. So you're trying to build in.
So I guess there's storage for energy on the property as well, so that when it's cloudy, it would be...
We do not, in our current design, have battery storage. That would be great,
Okay.
but...
So it wouldn't be 100% every day, it would be 100% when it's working?
Well, and
when it's sunny?
I believe, and I may be overstepping my expertise, but I think what we would do a net metering arrangement where we would give it back to the grid and
okay.
get a credit for it, but in the end of the day,
Okay.
we've produced that
Gotcha.
amount of power.
Okay. So earlier tonight, you, just a totally separate question, you mentioned, I don't know if you said respecting or noting the values of the community. When you were designing your building, were you talking about Summit itself, this community, or the community of just the congregation?
I was speaking of the congregation.
Oh, okay. So you weren't talking about respecting Summit as a community or what the values are of Summit?
No, and
Okay.
but let me just clarify. I was specifically talking about how my clients' needs were translated into architectural design. So I was saying part of understanding that is to understand their values and some of the intangibles for that client. That's not to say, I mean, it's just that wasn't a question about the larger community.
I actually thought you were saying you were trying to be respectful of Summit, so I
Well,
just wanted to hear
but
how that was happening, or how that was.
Well, respectful, yes.
Well, you
but-
start noting that,
Yeah.
you didn't say respecting. I'm not sure you said the word respecting. All I wrote down was values of the community.
Okay.
So I don't know exactly what
Okay.
you said. We can't, I'm not gonna go back to the tape or anything. I guess my question really about that comes in about the design of the building and the way it faces the street. My impression from past churches, all in history, has been a very open and welcoming front door situation to the outside world. So I think when you look at the side view of your building, it looks very welcoming, but I wonder why it looks so closed off and like a airplane hangar, or like a building that doesn't look welcoming from the front. It only looks welcoming maybe to your congregation, not to the neighborhood in general, or not to other Summit people. So I would feel like if it had, I'm not saying you should redesign your building based on my opinion, but I think churches have big front doors and everything focuses on the front door to be welcoming. And I feel that this design, I'm wondering why it looks like
Questions-
that. I'm
questions
wondering
only.
why it looks like that, why you chose that direction that's so closed off to the street view and only open to the side view.
The intention is that it leads you into the site, and I don't believe that the building will read in real sort of movement along a path of the highway and or the road, and on the walkways in 3 dimensions in moving. I don't think it will read as close, because the way that glass element comes out is in my mind, that is an invitation to come in, and the idea is it leads you into the site and it reveals itself more slowly. So it's a different strategy, but it's definitely intended to be welcoming. And
It looks very welcoming from the side. It just looks from looking at it, I'm trying to see why it's a wall of wood on the front and welcoming on the side. That's when you look at it from a Summit resident perspective and neighborhood perspective, I'm wondering why it looks closed off why the front isn't opening. Why you chose to have the opening looking part facing the side instead of the front.
I think you just answered that question.
Yeah, I mean, the idea to bring you into the site, and then you're in this kind of more intimate entry experience.
Oh, when you're walking, not driving
Yeah.
by. Okay, so just back to the solar panels for a second. When you mentioned that the main purpose of the congregation and this Unitarian Universalist group is to be very green, or to be very eco-friendly, or I forget the term you used.
Sustainable.
Sustainable, sorry. When you're doing that, why was that not the first thing? You said the solar panels were a secondary thing. You had the roof has a garden on top, or a green roof. Why were the solar panels not considered as part of the roof instead of having to have an additional structure for solar panels? If that was the key focus, why is it not just part of the structure to begin with?
It was part of the idea from the beginning, and we didn't know at that point in time how many panels we would need. And it's also affected by how much energy you use, which we didn't know. And so it wasn't a known quantity at that point in time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hello. Hi, Ashley Wiggins, 52 Parkview Terrace. So I just have a few questions. So I've actually visited the location in Raleigh, and the renderings that you provided look nothing to the same. So there's no correlation. They don't look like they're supposed to be the same at all. Obviously, you have years of experience as an architect. So you mentioned earlier about like Thomas Jefferson's architect and everything that's still sustainable down in Virginia. Wouldn't you want to sustain over 100-year Red Cross building? Like, wouldn't you want to keep something that, you know, has been within the community for such a long time instead of tearing it down? And then you speak about sustainability. Well, when you tear buildings down, that creates a ton of pollution. How are you going to mitigate the pollution and the school being right there and the kids playing outside?
So if a building can be preserved and reused, absolutely, that is the best thing to do. But that is not always possible. And it is really not possible that that building could have been adapted into this worship facility. But had it been feasible, absolutely.
And you didn't answer the question about construction and pollution.
Well, when we demolish and disassemble that building, it will be specified in such a way as to try to reuse materials and as much as possible mitigate any of those detriments, because yes, there is a cost environmentally to doing that, and we will design that process to minimize those.
So you will stay accountable for any like runoff or any additional pollution, like you'll make sure the schools are, you know, well aware that, you know, today they can't play outside or use the tennis courts. I just want to make sure that that's something that you guys will have strong communication while this is happening.
Any process that would create airborne contaminants would be contained. You would wrap that area, and so you wouldn't have create a situation where kids couldn't play outside.
All right. You also said that you took time to drive around and see other parts of the community and buildings. So, I mean, St. Teresa's as an example, that's a point and center of town. And I mean, that continues to struggle with parking on full days. Like if you've ever attended during Christmas, there's just not enough parking. So if we have the full attendance, which was over 800 available, you know, through the fire code.
We don't have 800 attendance.
Okay, well, my question really is there's just not enough parking for the people that you're looking to have.
This is not
within the
Lewis's area.
We have
Parking
a
is not Lewis's area of expertise.
Okay.
We have
Was
a
that a
testimony
question?
just about parking.
Okay. And then one of the renderings with garbage, so it shows like only 3 cans. So if then we're going to talk about the amount of people, that doesn't look like with the school, and if everyone's within the auditorium, it just doesn't look like there's enough available trash cans.
We covered that in earlier testimony, and
Okay.
that's more than sufficient.
This is only for the architectural testimony that he's presented this
Okay,
evening.
okay. I just wanted to think, and I think I did everything. So, with the long grass, are you aware of tick and Lyme disease here in New Jersey?
Sorry, that's not my.
Okay, all right, just want to check. All right, those are all my questions, so thank you so much for taking the time to answer them.
Hi, my name is Janet Wolbach. I live in Summit. I also lead an interfaith learning community interwave. Thank you for answering our questions. So we have a lot of beautiful houses. We have a lot of beautiful houses of worship in Summit. It's a particular challenge to design sacred spaces. And I'm just wondering, as you talked, it sounds like you have experience with the Unitarian Universalism, how you see that in terms of expressing the sacred, in terms of their DNA, as opposed to kind of a more traditional, what people would perceive as a traditional house of worship, expressing that sacred space for them as, do you see it as I'm thinking more akin to our Quaker brothers and sisters, more of a living wisdom that is evolving. How do you see that in your experience, and how is that reflected in the building?
Thank you for asking that question. The way I see it is that when people are in that space, that there will be a sense of kind of light and space and materials, that it will just be a beautiful space to be in that will be moving. And I firmly believe it will be, that it will be a space when you're sitting there, it will be, wow, this is awesome. And awe is really what, a lot of what that experience is. And that's really my goal, is to create a space that moves people, and that it would change with the sunlight every day, it's connected to the seasons. It's not static, and that it's large, but it's not too large to dwarf a person to where they feel small, but that they feel like they're part of something.
Thank you. I appreciate the breadth and the height, as it were, of the design. And there's something ancient and universal, not to make a pun, but about how the steeple, even though it may not be what people traditionally think of.
Excuse me,
as
is this a question or a comment?
Is that still something, a design element that you placed for a particular reason where you placed it? And does it still have that function?
I would say yes, because the whole idea of this concept is the idea of a spiral that starts in a center and it moves out and up. And so if you think about, that's the idea. And so that's how it ends. To end is, it's a punctuation, it's a little exclamation mark. And so it's a bit abstract, but that's the idea.
Finally, I think the design manages to be discreet and inspirational. And when you walked around the town, it's interesting to me. It seems like it actually was your intention to match something that actually you can see in a lot of the buildings in the city, major buildings. This building is kind of like turned around. City Hall is a little
This
hidden.
again,
The
I'm sorry,
library,
this is going more towards
did you do that?
commentary.
Did you do that on purpose? Did you notice that? And did you design that way? Was that part of your design choice?
Not consciously.
Good job. Thank you.
Hello, and almost good morning, I guess. I had a couple of quick questions.
Sorry, what is your name?
My name is Kayvon Mercedes. I live in 248 Woodland Avenue here in Summit. I'm wondering if you received any direction to help accommodate overnight stays at this building.
There's been a lot of testimony about that, and it's really not my purview. I mean, in other words, the building is not designed for that, but that's not.
And your understanding is that the shower in the building is not meant for people who are staying overnight, but rather for people who are coming in and out and happen to require a shower for some reason.
Yes.
And sir, I'm asking because of the proximity to the primary school that's nearby, of course. Did you receive any direction to accommodate medical or sharps waste or any other type of special waste that would be associated with a substance abuse or addiction program?
No.
Good. Those were my questions. Thank you.
There are any other questions for the public?
Thank you.
I have, before we go, so just because of something that, a couple of public questions before, so that we can not have to circle back to this next time. The green roof, just, can you talk about that in the winter? I know it's not fully designed, but you had mentioned succulents, and I can't imagine those are going to survive more than a season. So then what happens? Then you take it all down and
No.
put a new one up next spring?
No, and I'm not a plant expert, but I know there's sedum is a plant that it's not like a succulent like you think of as a house plant, but the idea is that it's a 4-season planting that would have some color and a height of maybe 12 inches. I mean, it's not tall plants at most, and mostly much shorter, but there would be some flowering plants and some, it would look different in the seasons. And that's the expertise of the people who design these roof plantings. But I can speak to how it should function, which is not to be replanted every year or even, every other year.
And then my last question is probably for the attorney, but just something that I think we might need to circle back on. Because as part of your testimony today, Mr. Cherry, you had mentioned that the commercial kitchen could serve, put out foods for 100 meals for 100 people. That brought me back to the question about the trash, which all of a sudden 3 bins didn't sound like a lot if you're serving 100 people. So I think somewhere that needs to be rectified, how that, what will be the trash, and that doesn't have to be answered today, but
Yeah,
how
I
the
think
trash will be handled in those situations.
We can certainly come back, but I think the gist of it is churches occasionally have, potluck night or something. So, yeah, the facility has to be able to handle that. But
Yeah.
it's not, we're not running a restaurant, so.
We have no other questions, then I think, can we have a motion to adjourn? Is that, or what do we have to do? We have, no, what's that? No, go ahead.
We have to carry it.
Carry
Oh, you have to- that's right, motion to
So
carry
the
it.
next-
To the
to
21st.
July
Next date we
20
have is July 21st. And Mr. Maynard, I imagine you're waiving timeframe to act until at least that time?
Yeah, absolutely am. To the extent I still have energy, I'm waiving it. Yeah.
Thank you. So can we get a motion to carry until July 21st without further notice?
So moved.
Second.
And then we don't have any other.
We need to vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And then there's no other business, so do we
Motion
have
to
a
adjourn?
motion to adjourn? Yes?
So moved.
Second, somebody? Second, okay. Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
It's a late night.